the greatest underrated show on the World Wide Web. I am your host, Mr. Rob G. And as always, we're going to be digging into the topics to keep you talking and the talk to keep you thinking. What's going on, guys? So if you just saw us over there at Spaced Out Radio After Hours, we're gonna do a live call-in over here. I said forget it. Why not do it? We have people who, at the last minute said they wanted to go ahead and call in and do some stuff. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna do that at least for the next hour here. I know Coley might be joining us. She said Grant Tavius may just be joining us. And I want to hear voices. I want to hear the voices. If you haven't subscribed to the Social Dig, I would love to have you do so. Go ahead, hit that subscribe button and notification bell. This might be a regular thing, because I know the chat stays lit after the SOR show, and we can definitely hang out here for an hour on the weekends and just talk UFOs. You will get the call in. Let me actually make sure the line is open here because I know I have it on Do Not Disturb. So let me go ahead and open this up for everybody calling in. Okay, let me see, is it off? Okay, I think it's off. All right, yeah, okay. So we are in the building. We are in the house. We are going live. So I want to thank everybody for coming over here. Magneticus, Paranormal Pixie, Joe Monk, Susan Alloway, Love Be Love, Dr. Love, Area 51, Dead Fish Cheese Spread, Maggie M10. Hey, nice to see you. Thanks for coming. Let's see. Nancy Thames, appreciate you coming through. Let's talk, guys. The Dubster. Okay, my volume. Oops. Is it my mic? Let me turn my mic up. Could be my mic. Okay, there we go. Yeah, Magneticus, he'll call if no one else. And we're going to open up this line right now for everybody. Everyone. Black Dragon, thanks for coming through. The number is, let me bring it up here. Let me bring the slide up here. Any of these will work. Okay. The call-in number is 856-843-3444, or that's 856-THE-DIGG. The Dig. Come on in. Let's see what's on your mind. Make sure the phone is working. Somebody can test it out. Let's talk UFOs. Let's talk something. Let's get it. Who's doing it? Who's coming? Who's coming? Who's coming? Okay, I'm waiting. All right. Oh, we got Coley in the building. Let me bring Coley up in here. Coley joining us at the Social Dig. Hey, we're over at the Social Dig. Yeah,
love it. So, I love it.
Look, now we could talk and we could talk over here. We could do it live. Let's do it, guys. Come on. Who's first? Who's first?
Do we get Derek over?
Derek is, I believe, in here, but I think Derek. Do you know what cap means? You know what the word cap means? I think it's cap, bro. You keep saying you're gonna call in, man. I think that's cap, man. Once again, everybody who isn't Area 51 is going to call in. Great. We waiting right now. Oh, man. Hold on, Area 51. I think I was supposed to turn off the do not. Yeah, it's off. Do not disturb is off. So you should be able to get through. Is that you, 253? Who's 253? I'm calling you right now.
The Dubster says that she can hear you, but you're a little muffled.
Wow, really?
On your own show? Man.
Oh, no. Yo. I'm calling whoever just called me from 253.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Yep.
This is Mr. Rob G, Social Dig. Who do we have on the line?
I got you got Area 51.
Harriet 51. Hey, thanks for calling in, man. You said you would do it. What's going on? How you doing today, man?
I'm doing well. Thank you guys for having me.
Nah, not a problem at all. Not a problem at all. It's a late night talk show, call show. So, what's on your mind? What do you want to talk about? Coley's here. What do you want to talk about? Let's
Hello.
talk about it.
Yeah.
Howdy. You guys did a great job today. I could not stop laughing. It was such a great
I
show.
love
I
it.
appreciate it. I appreciate it. Hey, thanks to
Yeah.
the Debster. I know the Debster's out there. Debster is cold. I love man. The,
Yeah,
That
yeah.
she
was
is
That was
so
great.
funny.
great. I have to shout her out too. The Debster, she's really funny.
She is. She is. She's super funny. Yeah, guys, this is Area 51. If you've never heard Area 51's voice here, this is Area
I don't think anyone
51.
has except for a couple of people.
Well, I know I see you in the chat all the time and I see you chiming in on different things, so I know you have a good head on your shoulders as far as it goes to this subject. So the floor is open, man. You could talk about
Yeah, of
anything
course.
you want to talk about. So,
Yeah, let's get into UFOs. I
uh,
mean, that's the reason why I got into the paranormal. I mean, if you want to even call it paranormal, I was young, so I'm gonna start from the beginning. So, I grew up in a very small town. I mean, there was like three houses, I think, maybe four, if I can remember, and it was all agriculture, and right outside Fresno.
okay.
And so, I mean, the closest store to you was like 15 to 20 minutes away, and I was young. I was probably 4 or 5 years old,
Okay.
and I remember when the Bob Lazar story first popped out into the news media because all my family was glued to the TV, and we didn't know what was going on. They were just talking about like me and my cousin were in the room. They were talking about there might be aliens visiting and UFOs, and there's probably like life somewhere else. So I thought that was interesting because growing up Catholic, you think it's just us here and
Right.
nothing else around us. So when you grow up with such a conservative family, like that kind of stuff drew me, And so they were talking about they had this interview about Bob Lazar. They were going to do a huge presentation on TV, and so my whole family gathered. But it was so late; it was going to be at like 10 o'clock at night. So by that time, the kids had to be asleep. But
Right.
we snuck out because I said we need to go and watch it, and because it was so interesting. I saw kind of like some of the previews before it was going to show, and I remember telling my cousin because he was a little bit older than me, and I go, we need to sneak out and we need to go watch it. And he goes, no, we're gonna get in trouble. I was like, no, but we'll just hide behind the couch. I was like, I've never gotten caught. So so we went, and like when everyone was gathering glued to the TV, once the interview started going on, like then I finally knew who Bob Lazar was, about his story, and I still remember like us just being behind the couch, just our eyes just open. And my cousin was too scared that he ran back into the bedroom, but I just stayed there, and I thought it was so fascinating. I go like, oh my gosh, there's this guy who's talking about there's other life forms out there, right? That's just like the basis of the story how I got into it.
Yeah, I mean,
Then we ended up moving. Oh, go ahead.
no, no, no. Go ahead.
Oh, so then it got stuck in my mind, and I was thinking about aliens, UFOs, his story, and how there's possibly life out there. And we ended up moving about another 15 miles away to where there was only three houses actually that were kind of in a triangular form, and there was nothing around us.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe just like I think there was just like a little facility, like where they stored like tractors and like agricultural equipment. But it was during Christmas that this happened because it was right around that time that we had just watched the special from Bob Lazar. And I remember that my whole family we gathered. They did a barbecue outside, and we were talking about Santa Claus, and so just like how I was like plotting to go watch the special, I was like we should try to see if Santa Claus is real, you know.
Right.
And
think we've
so
all done that.
so all the women were cooking tamales in the kitchen, and all my uncles and my grandpa were outside doing the barbecue. And it's late at night. They're already telling us to go to bed, or else we're not gonna get presents. Santa Claus is not gonna come.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, no, we gotta stay awake. And so again, I'm here with my cousin, and so we 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 started hearing commotion outside because it started getting dark, and you know my family's drinking. You got the women in the kitchen and everything, and then you can hear it outside, like my uncles and my grandpa talking, being like, "Hey, like go out into the field because right outside where we lived was a cotton field, right?"
Mm-hmm.
And they were like, they were egging on each other and everything, and they're like, "I think I see something out there," and you're like, "What?" And we started hearing it. So to us, we don't know what's going on. We can only hear it because it's dark in the room where we're supposed to be asleep. And then so we peek outside and we see this light in the sky, right? And my cousin immediately says, "Oh, there's Santa Claus," right?
Right.
And this blue light, and as it's getting closer, it starts almost like going from blue to like a white hue color.
Mm-hmm.
And as it started approaching, you can feel a little bit of pressure pushing you, and it felt weird. It felt strange. It was kind of like when you have like a bass going on, but you don't really hear the sound. It's just pushing against you a little bit. And I remember it so vividly because I remember when it was coming down, my uncles and my grandpa were like seeing it outside because we can hear it, and it landed in the field, and they were daring each other to go check out what it was. And us being Mexican and Latin, the first thing that we jumped to conclusion is was chupacabra.
Yeah. Yeah.
so,
Right.
so they two of my uncles dared to go out there, and we're watching as this is happening, right? And they go into the field, and like I said, like I still could feel the push against my chest, and immediately they scream, right? And they did scream, "It's a chupacabra!" Like, "Oh, it's a chupacabra! It's a chupacabra!" You know. And so then it was just kind of funny that that they were screaming at that, and then the moment that they left the field, they came in running. Me and my cousin were still looking out the window, and the steam just lifted up, and it just shot up into the sky. And that feeling of that, like, kind of sank your stomach a little bit once it just bursted into the sky.
Man.
So the one thing that I will say is that my uncles claim to have seen two things, like that came out of what we were seeing. As I can't attest to that because I've asked them about it before and they just never talk about it. But that's what they said that night because you can hear it when they all ran inside and saw that thing shoot up into the sky.
Ah, that is awesome, man.
Wow.
And you said just like you said with the like the pressure part that you were
Yeah.
talking about. Yeah, like a lot of people say that same thing, right? You
Mm-hmm.
heard that, Coley?
Oh
Where they
yeah,
say,
yeah.
yeah, yeah,
You're like locked in. Like that's the only way I can explain it. When you come, you're locked in. So couldn't hear quite. What did the two things that your family members saw come out of it? I was kind of muffled.
They saw what they claimed, and what I heard from all the commotion that was going on in the kitchen when they ran in was the fact that they saw like two shadows moving through
Hmm.
the brush of the cotton field.
Oh wow.
And so
Was there any
that's why I said they
markings
yelled
or
chupacabra.
yeah, that's crazy. Were there
Ah,
any
yes,
markings?
yes, yes. There was because there was pressure pushed on the cotton,
Hmm.
and there was like a I want to say the diameter from left to right. I want to say to 10 feet,
Wow.
10
That's
feet of just
crazy.
like an impression, and like in a circle. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a picture. I've tried to show people the location. I always remember. I'm always going to remember the location, so I always point it out. And like I have shown some people, but the houses aren't there anymore, but you can still see the area.
Wow.
Yeah, and I know the I mean, I know the type of area that you're talking about because I'm not too far from Fresno myself. I'm out in Bakersfield, so I know the type of
Okay.
rural
Yep.
sort of area that you're mentioning. So that I
Yeah.
can vision that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I was a little north of you.
And you, it's funny when you said how you guys are hiding behind the couch to watch Bob Lazar. That sounds like I've done
It
that
sounds like
many
me.
a
Yeah.
times to see all sorts of stuff I probably shouldn't have been seeing, but that
Yeah.
resonated with me, man. That is
Yeah.
awesome,
No,
dude.
definitely.
That is
Yeah. I
awesome.
wanted
Rumor
to
on
share
the
that story. That's how
street
I got
is.
into the UFOs.
So, did you
So
have any other experiences? Is this you?
yeah,
Obviously, you've had more than one.
Yeah, I have more than one. Yeah.
what's the
Do
most
you
They're not
have?
as
awesome one?
detailed at this one because this one this is the one that started me to believe in all the UFOs
Mm-hmm.
and got me into you know just believing in there's something out there. We're not the only people here, but yeah, there's I've had multiple. I've had one where I've told my girlfriend like that I've seen things and everything, but she's never witnessed UFOs or anything. And
Mm-hmm.
this is a really quick one. We live in Washington now, so there's a lot of activity that's surrounded around the Fort Lewis base that's around here. It's McChord Air Force Base and then Fort Lewis, the military base. And
Hmm.
around there, there's a lot of activity that happens. And so I remember we were walking our dog out, and we live probably 50 miles away from the base. And but in that direction, you can see everything, and you can see what's going on. You can see the military planes. You can see them doing military activity, the helicopters and everything. And so we were just walking our dog outside one night, and we were talking about UFOs. And I remember just walking away from her because she was throwing the ball to our dog Nova. And I turn around and I start seeing these orange lights like dancing. And I go, I've seen so much military activity that this doesn't seem normal because they're
Mm-hmm.
moving in ways that they shouldn't, even helicopters.
How
But like
high
I said,
were
they're
they?
dancing, so they're going. They were about from where I can tell, they were probably like I said, I'm 50 miles away from there. You could see it, so I'd say they were probably about 4,000 to 5,000 feet above the ground, enough so that you can see it. Because I mean, we're pretty high
Wow.
up,
Yeah, it's amazing.
and so they were dancing, and I remember being like, should I tell her? And I ran over to her and be like, hey, look, like this is your chance, because I knew those weren't planes, and I go look, and so she starts seeing them and like, are we really seeing what we're seeing? And I said, yeah. I said, look, and so they started forming triangles and dancing amongst each other. So like the two would be at the bottom, there'd be one on top, so it would form a triangle, and then the two would go up, and then the one in the middle would go down, and they kept doing that, and then finally they came
Mm-hmm.
together, and you just like I said, they just shot up right into the sky,
That's
and
awesome.
my girlfriend froze. I remember just
Yeah.
laughing because I've already experienced something like that,
Mm-hmm.
and she just froze, and then she's like, "I want to go home." And so we get in the car and we drive home, and there's nothing said. She's like in disbelief at this moment. She's just quiet. And this is what I remember more about the story is that when we walked in, she started crying, and her mom was cooking, and she goes, "What's wrong?" And she was thinking that we were like fighting or something. And I'm like, tell her. She's like, I can't. She's like, she couldn't get the words out. She was just crying from the emotion that she felt
Mm-hmm.
from watching this.
Hmm.
It is
And
very emotional.
I didn't even bother her. I was like, I had let her soak it in, and I was just kind of like smirky, smiling at her, and she's like just looking at me, and she just like
Like, I
I don't know
told
if I
you
was
so.
terrified or emotional. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I
So
told you
yeah,
so. I love it when that
that was
moment
the most
happened.
recent one. Yeah.
That's
And I
awesome.
go,
That's
I told
awesome.
you.
So I have to ask, being in close proximity, have you had any encounters with ET that you can remember or
No,
recall?
no. I mean, the like I said, like I've had this moment when I was young where I went to sleep,
Mm-hmm.
and it felt like the moment that I went to sleep, I felt like my body lifted into the sky, and I could see the earth like just
Mm-hmm.
leaving me. And I felt that stomach feeling that you feel when you're like going down a roller coaster. And
Oh,
then
yeah, that's
I
amazing.
felt off the bed, and then immediately my mom opens the door and says, "Hey, how come you're not ready for school? Like, get dressed. We're a bit late." And from the from just that moment of me feeling that stomach feeling to like me falling off the bed, 9 hours had passed, and it didn't feel like that.
Wow. Do you remember anything that you saw when you were traveling?
Just my body leaving. You can
And
see
then the
the
missing
earth getting smaller and
time.
smaller, and then it just boom.
Yeah.
I didn't
Oh,
feel
how
anything, just
amazing.
that. That's the only thing I can recall. Nothing. Never seen aliens.
Well, you may
And
have,
or
but a lot of people, like I say, like when you see them or when it happens, it's not like in the movies. It's not
right.
like you anticipate it to be.
I
But
yeah.
yeah, I'm convinced. Like you could, especially seeing the shadow people, like that's pretty amazing. Do you have paranormal connections?
Mhm.
Are you able to
Oh,
see
do I?
like anything? Yeah.
I've had. See, this is what I mean. Like, I have so many stories that have happened, and they're so detailed because I remember a lot. And people,
Mm-hmm.
when I recall a lot of the memories that I have, they're like, "What? Like, how do you still remember that? We were kids." But yeah, shadow people,
Mm-hmm.
of course,
Yeah,
yeah.
definitely.
I've seen them. I've seen what I call cosmic entities that have been here for a long time that feed off of
Mm-hmm.
people's negativity, people's uh, problems, their their bad emotions. They they eat at you because I've
Yeah.
had one attached to me. That's
I
what I
did
called it.
too.
People always say, "Oh,
I
you had
did
a demon,"
too.
you know? Yeah, and I go, no, because I saw it.
Mm-hmm.
I
Oh,
was
see,
like a
I've
demon
always
coming
seen
out of this
spirits
portal.
since I was a kid. So I grew up like that. I grew up, but then I started thinking, hey, where do these cross? Like the paranormal. And then, because
Hmm.
that world is completely normal to me. Paranormal, I'm like
Right.
any day of the week, I'll go sleep in any haunted house. I levitate, I'll be excited about it. But that world I know, like, well, it's a different type of, because you're in your own in the here and now and you can see them and access them,
Right.
but
Right.
ET is much different. It's never been, and that missing time, I just would love to put that together.
Yeah.
Do
Like
you
I
have
said,
it?
it
Have
was
you had
shocking
any
because I felt like I just
markings
went to sleep.
or did you have any
I've
like
had
premonitions?
not from any UFO experiences or anything in that nature, but when I did
Mm-hmm.
have the the cosmic, I'm gonna keep calling it a cosmic parasite or a cosmic entity because that's just how it felt. Like
Right.
it was coming through a portal like a black hole, and the more it fed off of me, the more it came through. And the way that I saw this in my vision was like this creature that looked like a ball, but it had all these tentacles coming out,
Mm-hmm.
and all these tentacles had like this energy pulse coming out of it, and it had this opening, and in the opening it looks like a mouth with all these teeth, but it was like teeth surrounded by teeth, by teeth, by
Mm-hmm.
teeth into like an infinity.
Did it come up and show it, bare
And
its teeth to you?
what's that?
Was this the entity that was attached to you?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I
And
had
it
one come up too, baring its teeth. Like it didn't bother
yeah,
me, but it was just like, what is going on here? It was like
right,
I mean, it
right.
was like, I'm like, man. How do you tell anybody about that? It's like, So I
exactly.
would, I
Exactly.
found a
You know,
group luckily and was able to shed whatever it was that was coming up. And I didn't phase me. I wasn't afraid of it, but it was coming up bearing its teeth. Like, I know what you're saying. It was not very nice. That's for sure.
yeah,
Well,
definitely. And what it fed off of, was
Mhm.
mm, at the time I was living with my girlfriend and her daughter, and it just loved to cause chaos.
Mhm. Oh
I
yeah.
wasn't eating. I wasn't eating. I was only drinking, and I don't know how I stayed alive for like, because this thing was attached to me for about 4 years. I
Oh
remember when it
wow.
first started, and it just started eating at me and eating at me, and I stopped
Mhm.
eating. I want to say I probably took like 2 to 3 bites a day, but I was just drinking, drinking, and drinking and drinking, and it loved what I say is ethanol. It was what was feeding off, and I didn't know how I stayed alive
Mhm.
because I remember going to the hospital one day because I was so sick, and they're like, "Dude, your vitals are normal. Everything is normal. Your liver is normal. You're normal. The only thing you're missing is potassium." And so they gave me potassium pills, and I kept getting skinnier and skinnier and skinnier. And what I remember from my girlfriend telling me was, "Why do you keep staring at yourself in the mirror so much?" Which I never do. Like, I'm not someone who just sits there and looks at myself in the mirror, but I kept going to the mirror.
Mhm.
And so I go, I don't know, going in the mirror, and but it liked seeing me
Mhm.
tearing myself apart. But it kept me alive enough so that it could
Mm.
still feed off of my energy and what was going on.
Oh yeah.
And it
that's
liked to
heavy.
stare at itself. That's what it liked. And I remember telling her, I was like, she's like, that's one of the scariest things that she said was about me was that I like to stare in the mirror. And this thing was feeding off of what it was doing to my body.
Mhm.
And when like, I'm gonna say all hell broke loose, like my girlfriend ended up leaving me. We're still together, but she ended up leaving the house. Like, she moved out with her daughter and everything, and I was left alone there. And I remember just having this moment where I realized what was going on, and I remember just turning off all the lights in the house
Mhm.
and just made it super dark, and being like, okay, I heard like I've had enough. So if I have to get rid of this thing, and so I'm not religious anymore, but the one thing that I remember was something called upon me where I heard the name Michael.
Mhm.
So I went onto the internet and looked up, Michael the Archangel. And I remember just saying what they said, and like just calling upon him, I guess. It sounds silly, it really does. But then I fell asleep right after.
Wow.
And then I felt my body like started walking, and I started going back and forth just from room to room to room to room to room to room, just in a trance, right?
Mhm.
And I could feel my body fighting this thing, and then I started throwing up black stuff
Oh
into
yeah.
the sink, and then I just remember running to my room into the corner, feeling like I just wanted to die, and I just fell to my knees and just woke up 8 hours later. Didn't know what happened.
All right. Hey, Area 51, man. Hey, dude, you got a lot going on there. And we want to hear
Yeah.
more from you.
Oh,
But
of course, of course.
what we're
Like
gonna
I said,
do,
there's a lot of stories.
so I'm gonna lean on you then, because I know you have these stories, man. So shoot,
Yeah,
even for my show, I just have you come on over here. But
of
what
course.
we're gonna do right now, it looks like Nancy Thames is gonna jump in here. So if you
Of
wouldn't
course.
mind hanging out with us, and I'm gonna go ahead and give her a call real quick.
Yeah, man, of course. Hey, thank you. Appreciate it.
Hey, no
And
problem.
Yeah, it
I'm
was
glad to
great
hear your
talking to
voice, Area
you.
51. You got, man, good
yeah,
stuff, man. I appreciate you.
yeah. All right, you
Look
guys,
forward to
I'll be
hearing
listening.
more.
Talk to you in a minute.
Of course. All right.
Later. All right, Nancy. And so Nancy wants to call and talk to Coley. So we're going to go
Oh, hey,
ahead and
Nancy.
call Nancy right now.
Yeah, I've been watching some of her comments. I'm very intrigued. I'm looking forward to this.
Hello.
Hello, Nancy.
Hey.
She's still in there. Okay. Yeah, no, I thought that was super cool. I've been watching. I was just saying, I don't know if you caught it when you were calling in, that I was watching your chat over at SOR and here, and I'm very interested in your perspective on things. So I would love to hear more.
Okay.
And Nancy,
This
I'm
is
sorry.
Nancy Kim.
Nancy, right before you start, can you turn the volume down on the YouTube feed?
Oh,
Because it's
okay. Let me
echoing.
see. All right, hold on.
And,
Yes.
and then, yeah, go ahead
Okay.
and proceed. Thank you for
Is that
calling, too.
better?
Yes, it is. Thank you for calling. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, Coley, we have a common thing. We both are experiencers. I'm a lifelong experiencer. So I've grown into this as I've matured, getting older and just with contacts.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so yeah, so it's kind of neat to hear other people talk about it. When I was growing up, you could not talk about things like that.
No,
So
absolutely not.
now it's a
Yeah.
whole different world.
People
So
were
for me,
afraid. I just remember, like the fear of it going back like 20 years. There's like, oh gosh, it really wasn't talked about. Hello? Uh-oh. Do we lose everybody? Or did I lose me?
so somebody asked me, where were your parents when all this was going on? And my answer to that is that one, they didn't know if it was real or not. They would say, "Oh, you're having a bad dream," or "Gosh, you've got a real vivid imagination. Go back to bed," and
Mm-hmm.
that kind of thing. And then again, you have to realize not only experiences are ridiculed, but families would be too. It affects a whole family. And
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of times families hope that if it's an imagination thing that a child will outgrow it. But this, as you know, it's not something you outgrow. But parents don't know that when we're young. So, you know, I don't blame my parents. I don't blame anybody. And at first I was very scared, but I'm not scared anymore. I actually, it has been a blessing for me. I have learned so much about what it's like to be a human being and how important it is that we're all alive right now and being a part of something bigger than anything that humanity has ever faced. And I think it's an exciting time. And it's a shame that people have misinformation and do not understand. And that's why people like you and I are here.
Mm-hmm.
I know for me, I chose to be here at this time. The extraterrestrials, interdimensional beings showed me myself being born, and I made a choice to be here at this time. And you probably have some soul connections too.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
and that's why you want from what I gathered, like at first you wanted just to run out and tell everybody, but then when you
Yeah.
saw the
Oh yeah.
response, it's not what you expect. But
No,
that's the thing, and with me, it was the same way. But you learn, you learn how to deal with people. You learn what you can say. You learn when to cut it off. But you're there, and you have
Mhm.
you get the opportunity there, and let them know when they're ready. They can come and ask you anything, that kind of thing. But
That's a great way of
yeah,
putting
so
it. Yeah, I like that. I like
it
that.
is. It's amazing. Throughout my life, I've made a lot of mistakes, but now, I realize it was all a lesson, a
Mhm.
lesson leading up to this to help other people. So, and you're doing the same thing. So
I
there's a
guess you look
message.
at it and you look at other people, and I always think, gosh, that's so brave. That's so awesome, like to hear it. It's just like, and then I realize, yeah, okay, you know, but I do it in a different way. So in your experiences, like I was told some things like why I asked why I was here, or I asked like different things. Did they give you any messages as to like what
Yes,
and I know that everybody has their part in this, like what your part is in this, or any information that they may have given you.
my part in this is they showed me. I watched myself being born.
Hmm.
I chose to be here. I was an ET before I came here. I don't like to tell people that because they think, oh, there's the crazy talk. But no, I believe I made a choice to come here
Hmm. Oh,
and to be a
100%.
part of this. This is big. This is significant for humanity. And I'll tell you something else I heard y'all talking about earlier about whether or not about disclosure for one. What I
Hmm.
think is going to happen on that is they're waiting for the James Webb Telescope to come
Mm.
across civilization somewhere, and they're going to use that as their way of telling the public. That way, it kind of makes it easy for them. But I think that's the way they're going to do it. But
I'm gonna look into
the
that. I'm
thing
writing
is,
it down.
they have no choice in this matter. It's happening. People are
Hmm.
waking up. ET is putting messages out there in people's dreams, you know, showing people things, and they will appear more when we are ready. But they're not hiding from us by any means.
Mm-mm.
And I there's so much I want to tell you, but I just don't want to hog up all y'all's time. But there's so much I want to tell you. I just got back from a trip from Mexico, where I was up in these mountains in these forests and had an experience with ET there, with interdimensional beings, and it was amazing. I mean, they care about our planet. They care about
Hmm.
the trees, the plants, the
Yes.
flowers, our whole planet and world. They look at our planet like it is a being itself, and they say it has a pulse, and that it is a living being, and
Hmm.
that plants and trees and everything is a living being. Even water
Yes.
is alive. And they were like showing me all these things, and it's just so hard to explain to people, and they just look at you like, what drugs you been on?
I
You know,
know.
but it's
Yeah,
really
I
not
know.
like
I
that.
get
I
it.
mean,
I get that. That look like,
I mean,
you
it,
know,
it it's
what do you say?
very it's very spiritual. It's
Mm-hmm.
very spiritual, and they love us and everything on this planet. I mean, everything on it. Animals, cats, roaches, everything. They love it. So, that's what, I see a lot of things people say in chat and things, but I have just learned to not let it bother me because they told me this was not going to be easy.
No.
They told me that up front, and
Mm-hmm.
it hasn't been. And I've gotten my feelings hurt. I've had to swallow my pride a lot of times, but it's worth it in the long run. It is all worth it because in the way I just really think disclosure is coming for you and I, or for me. I've already experienced
Mm-hmm.
disclosure. I
Oh,
know
at
it's real, and I
100%.
know what humanity. I know the wonderful things that we're going to be learning, and
Mm-hmm.
all these things, gifts. And so for me, I'm content. I'm disclosure has happened, but for the rest of the world, um, I understand they need like some hard evidence, or they want that solid things to hold on to know. And I think at the right time it will happen. It's just more people have to wake up, and
Mm-hmm.
they know exactly what we feel. Like they know what our
Oh yeah.
vibrational level, what frequency we're on. when I was little, when they would come to get me, they would vibrate me to a higher frequency so that they could transport me through ceilings and doors and walls. And I would see myself,
Yeah.
and I
Yeah.
had no idea what was going on at the time. I had no idea. But as I've gotten older, I, you know, I understand more, and they have explained more to me about frequencies and vibrations
Hmm.
and all these different things. So it's a lot, and it's a big cookie for people to swallow, but
Oh
it's
yeah.
a great cookie. It's the best cookie you've ever had in your whole life.
Isn't that the truth? And
So,
people will always say, I got the same thing too, because when I was a kid, I was paranormal, and so I tell my mom, and it'd freak her out. And so I used to write stories about it, about what I would see or and so then I started to wonder, because a lot of the experiences that I've heard of, the child, like more of your experience with ET, mine was later in life. I got pulled into it, and like mine first was 2017, but prior to that, it was paranormal. But I almost wonder now, and especially hearing you talk, like how much of this was paranormal or ET, or I mean, are they both one and the same?
I don't think they're the same thing. I
I
think
don't
they're
either.
like different spiritual levels, different vibrations. Um, Paranormal, I would say, is a low frequency,
Hmm.
lower REM vibrational entity. What I'm talking about and what we're experiencing as far as
Hmm.
extraterrestrials are interdimensional beings that
Yeah.
can travel between dimensions. And our whole concept of physics and all these things do not apply in their world.
No.
I mean,
No, they
they're so
don't.
far ahead of us.
Nope.
And it's really hard to even explain. It's like people say, well, how can they travel that far? Because with a blink of an eye, they can travel. All they do is change their frequency and jump between dimensions. I mean, it's
Hmm.
it's not. They don't do things like we do things. So
No, no, they
it's a
don't.
it's a lot. Yeah,
And
it's
that's
a
the
lot.
hardest
So
part to explain to people. I always say,
yes,
it's not
yeah.
like you would see in the movies. It is not like it's different. It's
No,
much
that's
different.
all.
But
Yeah,
yeah.
even Travis Walton told me that his movie Fire in the Sky, once he signed over the movie rights, he lost all rights or any say on how that movie was portrayed, and it's nothing. It's over dramatized
Mhm.
severely from what
Yeah.
actually happened to him.
Yeah.
So that's TV, and the media does that. So, but
I'm glad
anyway,
that he
whenever
came
y'all
out
ever
and
got your
said
stuff,
that.
let me know.
And I think a lot of people too, that even before, I know Bob Lazar, the word on the street is he's going to come out and tell his real story, that he was not given that
That would
opportunity.
be interesting.
Yeah, that's the word on the street. But I wanted to share something with you really quick and see. Can I share the screen on here really quick? And see what you
Yeah,
guys thought. This I was looking for this earlier, but I you talking about the interdimensional beings. Let me see here. I
yes.
want to make sure I have it pulled up right photo. Okay. Okay. So if you look right here, I was out with my brother, and I felt that there was like something, I could feel something behind me. And then let me get to the next one here.
I see it
If
coming
you
up.
look back in the corner behind me, and I like could feel something. And so then
On
let me see if I can
behind you
get a
on
better
your right
picture. Yeah.
or
Yeah,
behind you on your
this
left?
gets weirder. This is so I took a close up of it, so you can see
I
right
see it.
here and
I
here.
see it.
Can you see that?
I see it.
Okay.
I see
So
it.
I
Send me
felt
picture.
something behind me, and we were out and we were kind of doing our UFO stuff for our birthdays. We would go out and celebrate one another.
Yeah.
So this one is really
Actually, there's
interesting.
two. There's two back there.
Yeah,
I
see
see
the
two.
second one. Now look at this.
Yes.
There's nothing wrong with my eye, but there's like a finger
No.
in the picture.
I
So
see what you're. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
yeah, so I was
Yeah,
always curious as to what,
I see that.
because right here, if you can see it like
Wow.
right behind. So,
Mm-hmm.
and
I like that.
right here, the
It
eyes
looks
are the
like a
dead
finger.
giveaway.
It's
So
crazy.
they might have been touching you because they wanted you to remember, or, or I don't know. That's really amazing, but I see it totally. Yeah,
Yeah, and the eye. I can't figure out
that's
the eye
amazing.
thing. Because I mean, that's not my finger. Definitely not my finger. And there's nothing wrong with
No,
my eye. But you can see like on this
no.
because I snapped a couple shots of it. But look at even my eye. There's like this even a weird like so I don't know. It's definitely bizarre.
They were probably. I think they were like transferring some thoughts to you.
I was always
Wow.
curious. I'm
They
like,
do
I'm just,
things like that. It's really strange. They can even be invisible at times. It's really strange.
oh yeah,
That is
yeah.
wild.
Um, but they're very aware of what we do.
Oh yeah.
They seem to know everything. So, and I was going to mention to you also. I know when they're around, or when I know when they're around. I feel it.
Hmm.
I can
Yeah.
feel it.
Oh yeah.
And also, I can use my mind. I think and say things to them, but I think this sounds weird, but I think about it with intention, and
Hmm.
it's like a hard pressed thought, and I blink. I make sure nothing else is going through my mind. It's totally focused on me to them, and they will not show up immediately, but
Mm-mm.
about 4 or 5 hours later, they'll show up. Especially if I'm in some kind of like upset trouble,
Right.
something disturbing going on in my life or whatever.
Wow.
Right.
So, but I feel it, and I've even this last year it has gotten stronger and stronger. Um, because another thing I think that for me, when I am doing things and I am talking about them and encouraging other people, they want me to know that they know that they know I'm doing it. So, like for example, I may see a craft,
Hmm.
somewhere like riding out on the road, and I'll have this feeling, and I'll look over, and they will be there,
Yeah. Yeah.
and I'm
Oh
like,
yeah.
wow, it's just like the unbelievable feeling
Isn't
that
it
you get.
crazy?
It's so much
If
love.
anything moves, like I said, it turned me into like a ninja. If there's anything in the sky, like I can go out there and I can feel it, and I'll know, and at a point, and I'll be
Yeah,
like, "That's gonna move." That's no, that's not. That's
that's
stationary.
because
That's That's one of my buddies. He's moving.
no, but
Like,
what you have to understand is that they don't do it all at one time, but
mm-mm,
throughout our contacts, they are tuning us up to higher vibrations. Right now, I'm so in tune with them. I would know if they were going next door to see a neighbor. I would feel it. And
mm-hmm.
that's what you are. You're tuned in on their frequency. And that's how you know these things.
Oh, that's
You
interesting.
just, I mean, they want you to do that.
So I wonder, like,
You're doing the
what
right thing.
frequency that they're, you know what I mean? Like, what could we should some of these things like these are great ideas. Like, we should be playing with frequency and trying to find because that's such an open line of communication. I'm
Well, see, when you say that, what comes to mind is like the people doing the C5. How do you know who you're talking to? Now, when I
mhm,
do it, I know who I'm talking to because I have my particular group, I think.
mhm.
And my group would not be the same group as your group.
No,
I
probably
feel
not.
like I've
No.
had like guardians like throughout my childhood on up as an adult that
Mhm.
have stayed with me. So, but so people that aren't tuned in and they're just sitting there flashing lights and things. I don't know about that. I really don't know if I would trust that.
Mhm. Have you
And
ever
then
been
it's like
around?
some people that channel. How do they
Yeah.
know who they're talking to?
I don't like that. And that's what I was called as a child, a channeler. I always say like I saw spirits. I don't like whatever. But the first experience I had was this lady, and she's like, "Oh, do you see my spiritual guide Ramuse?" And all of a sudden, this white light like hit me, and my eyes went back, my head went back.
Yeah.
I was totally out. It was not me, not me. My eyes were like flickering and doing that thing. I said, "That is the last time something gets that close to me. If they want to talk, it's going to be at a distance here because I did not
Yeah.
like that
I
at
don't know
all."
what that was, but ET, if anything, it's very spiritual, and you just,
Hmm.
I mean, it's just a feeling. It's unbelievable.
Oh
But
yeah.
anyway, I've loved talking to you, and I think we're on each other's friend list, so we can communicate
Please keep
more.
in contact
But
because I am so you're
yeah,
one of the people that I really I was like, gosh, I'd love to hear more. So please reach out to me because I
well,
would
let me
love to
tell you
continue this
something that I
conversation.
yes. Well, let me tell you something. I would like to be on y'all's show and actually be on a podcast, and I'd like to be on other podcasts to get out the information that I feel is important
Oh,
because
great.
I only
Yeah.
have good things to say.
Yeah.
That's. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I was scared at first, but I've grown up with this, so it's like a new pair of shoes when they're tight when you first get them, and you have to wear them a little bit
Yeah.
to get used to it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
Well,
anyway,
you know what? You you
I'll let y'all
you
get with
send me
other
your
people.
contact information and I'll book you. We'll get you on the show because I would love to hear more. I mean, I know that you've
Yeah,
got so
I love
much.
it too. And you would be, I like the idea of you two guys because, and I've never been on a show before, okay? But I like the idea of y'all because I feel real calm. I can just say, be myself, and not feel no fear of being ridiculed or
Right.
judged.
Right. And
And
absolutely
that would
not.
be nice.
Well, just so
So
you know,
thank you so
Nancy,
much for
we
doing this.
appreciate your story. No, and
Oh yeah.
this is an open platform, so that we're considering doing this the open live format like this, like after every Saturday and Sunday
That'd be
spaced out
awesome.
radio
Awesome.
show. So we would love to have you call back in and talk to us.
Yes. All righty. Thank
Definitely.
y'all so much.
Definitely.
Have a
Thank
great night.
you. You
Yeah,
have a great
thank
night
you,
too.
See you in
Nancy. That
Canada.
was
Take
amazing.
care.
Yes. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right,
Wow.
that was awesome. That was
Yeah,
two
that
awesome calls
was.
in a row.
Man.
This is it right here. This is the ticket right here.
Oh yeah.
So we have now my guy Magneticus standing in the background here in the building, and we'd love to hear from Magneticus. What's going on, buddy? Talk to us.
Can you hear me now?
Definitely, we can hear you
Okay.
loud and clear.
That's what the first time I couldn't hear you guys, and then
Yeah, I
yeah,
hadn't
and
brought you
then
forward yet. Yep.
well, no, I just couldn't. No, I seen you guys on the screen. I just couldn't hear you, and that's one of the issues I have with this is like I have to turn off my headphones because my headphones. If I had my headphones
Oh.
still on, you couldn't hear me right now. But as long as I
Mm.
use the speakerphone, and then I got to do the voice cancellation and all the other happy stuff in the background, you know what I'm looking at. You're looking at pretty much the same thing I'm looking at, except for you got more
Definitely.
options than I do. So, yeah.
Definitely. Now the
So,
yeah, let's hear from you, man. I'm glad to hear your voice first of all. And Magneticus is just let me kind of say Magneticus has been with the team since way back. I used to be on the show
over
called
a
Running
year
with
now,
Secrets.
because I found out, well, let's see, I was, um, Magnetic Universe is the one that turned me on to SOR. And then from SOR, I found Roderick. And from Roderick, I
Yes.
found you and Mateo.
Yes.
And yeah, and everybody else along the way, in the
Oh,
chat and everything else. So yeah,
Magneticus, the
yeah, yeah.
OG. Go ahead with your story.
Oh, which one do you want? You want a ghost story, or you want the alien visitors, or which do you want?
Lay it on us, whatever you like. This is
All
your
right.
time.
Well, I was thinking about shortly after high school, and I was hanging out with some friends, and we're at this one friend's house, and the friend kept asking me what I was looking at, and I kept saying nothing. And after about 6 or 7 times of this friend asking me what I was looking at, and I kept saying nothing, they weren't buying nothing anymore because they knew I kept looking at something. And so I was like, if I told you, you're not going to believe me. And they're like, and she was like, try me. And I was like, there's a little boy that keeps coming out to the end of the hallway, looks at us, smiles, and runs back down the hallway. And she was like, you can see him? And I'm like, see who? And she's like, the little boy, you can see him? And I'm like, yeah, he keeps coming out to the end of the hallway and then runs down the hallway. And she's like, oh, that's weird. And I was like, what? And she's like, there's been other people in the house that seen this little boy, but not like I was seeing him over and over again. You know what I mean? And I ended up following him down the hallway, and he kept taking me to this one mirror. And I always remember that mirror because it was like he kept going to this one mirror. He'd come from that mirror, he'd go back to that mirror. And it wasn't until later somebody explained that mirror to me. And he said, if you're paying close attention to that mirror, it had a black border on it and it was on a white wall. Because with the combination of the gray mirror, the black border, and the white wall, you had the three combinations of magic combined together and made the little portal
What
for
are
the spirit.
What are the 3 combinations?
You got black magic, you got white magic, and then you got the combination of white and black magic, which is gray magic.
Oh, so you're saying the coloring of it then?
It's basically you're positive, you're negative, or you're neutral.
Okay, I gotcha. Thank you for explaining that.
Basically, you got one that's going to kick you in the shin, you got one that's going to heal your wounds, and then you got one that's going to kick you in the shin and then heal your wounds. You know, so, and I was told not to mess with the gray ones because they're the ones that'll kick you in the shins and then patch you up if you're lucky.
So just the combination around the mirror of colors caused a reaction where this kid. I
It's
always
the
hear about mirrors and portals and stuff, so I'm very interested if you could go on.
people think I'm weird because I point mirrors at mirrors. I have mirrors that look at mirrors. That's all they look at is themselves. They look at themselves because I can turn my 10-foot room into a 100-foot room.
Yeah.
Because every time it goes, the reflection reflects back and forth. It multiplies the distance of the room. So the first reflection on if you look at one mirror, so if that makes sense, every reflection increases 10 feet. That's why it gets smaller and smaller when you look at mirrors because you're looking at it like it's actually farther away. And that's how the little light boxes that do the infinite lights going back into the mirror with the semi-reflective glass, same thing.
Right.
You know, when you got like just a short distance, they'll multiply by whatever that distance is. So, yeah.
So these
Magnetic
entities.
Huh?
Oh, so the entities are coming through. You said there was a boy and you're following.
Oh no!
I bumped that on accident. I'm sorry. So there.
What was that?
I
Yeah,
don't
I'm
know.
like, what the hell was that?
Oh no! Yeah, don't follow that boy. No, so there's a young boy. So how old do you think he is?
It was like less than 5. Like it was like a little boy. And so I kept kind of like following him around, and then that's where he kept taking me down the hallway into this one bedroom and right to this mirror. And it was like there was like 3 spots in that room that was really weird because like if you stood in these 3 spots, you'd feel really cold. And that's how I knew where he was, is because I could feel that cold, like the cold go through me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because in the dark I couldn't see him anymore. So, and that's when I was just like, I know he's going through here somewhere into the dark, but I couldn't tell where he was going. So I was just like, okay, he went that way. You know, he went that way. And that's where he kept taking me, was that one mirror. You know?
Did you ever find out why?
I wasn't that close of friends with the person. I mean, we literally just like went swimming for the day, and they like lived down the street from the lake. So
okay, so this is at somebody.
It was just like we were just hanging out there one time, and you know, I'm like, I kept she kept seeing me whip my head towards the hallway, so she knew I was looking at something. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because I just kept like whipping my head, like, okay, but nobody else has seen this kid, so it must not be there. You know what I mean?
Right.
But when I actually talked about seeing the kid, and then, you know, she was like, there's other people in the house that had seen the same kid. And that's like, I was like, okay. And I remember years ago, this house my mom was renting, I always remember she was like, so did you ever feel a spirit in here? And I was like, I was going to ask about that one time because I could feel the spirit in the house, but I couldn't figure out who it was. And it was the person my mom was renting from. It was her father that died in that house.
Lingering around.
And I always remember that lady because I was doing some yard work for the landlord, and she's like, if there's anything in the house you want, just let me know. And I was like, well, there's this chair down in the basement that's like really creepy looking. I said, that thing, I want it for some reason. And she's like, oh no, you can't have that. And I'm like, why not? And she's like some relative that she didn't like couldn't stand that chair. So as long as she had that chair, that relative wouldn't come over. So
Wow.
yeah, but it was like
Wow.
and like I said, my father bought a retired funeral home, so we didn't really talk about the different stuff that we seen in that house. But towards the end of my father's life, I started to understand. Well, it wasn't until after he died that I figured it out. But before he died, we used to always live upstairs. We never went, downstairs was like literally just storage. And we just kind of lived upstairs. They didn't come upstairs much. They're usually downstairs because, in the funeral parlor, they're just in the funeral parlor. They're not in the, the rest of the house. So, and he kept painting this one wall, different colors. Like every 2 weeks, I'd be putting a new coat of paint on that wall and a different color. You know what I mean? And then it was later that I realized the Lady Winchester. She was always doing weird stuff like that, painting walls, making stairways that don't go anywhere, just to kind of confuse the spirits, And I mean, when we moved into the place, I didn't know anything about funeral homes, and I just remember all my friends didn't want to come over because it was a funeral home, and I remember in high school, I put the no parking funeral reserve signs on both sides of my truck parked out in the street, and one of my classmates like, you got cancer or something? Like, no, why? And they're like, well, the signs say no parking funeral reserved. And I thought maybe you're dying. I'm like, no, my truck isn't parked there. And you decide to park there. My neighbor owns a tow truck and I'll have him tow you off into the woods somewhere. And then you're going to come up missing.
There you go. And he got a funeral home. I mean, really.
I mean, yeah. I mean, there was literally a really huge big brick barbecue in the backyard, and I thought it was like just a barbecue. Like literally, I thought it was a barbecue, and I wondered why we had this big fancy house, never had anybody over for a barbecue, And then, as I figured out, that was like in the 5th grade when he moved into the house, and by high school, that's when I was like making jokes like with the bullies that, why don't you come over to my house after school, come over for a barbecue, and yeah, that took care of most bullies that way.
Yeah, that's funny. That's funny though. Love it. Oh man,
Right.
do you have pictures of the place? I would love to see. I'm intrigued now.
What, the funeral home?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, I don't have anything of that. Ex-girlfriend decided to delete all the pictures on my computer. I actually formatted the computer and then installed a different copy of Windows on there, and then I couldn't figure out why my Windows key wasn't working. It's like,
That's some pretty sophisticated stuff right there.
but I was able to ghost some of the pictures, with Norton Ghost, but I could get some of the data back off the drive, but by the time I formatted it a couple times and realized, or tried to install it a couple times before I realized what was going on, I pretty much corrupted a lot of the information, so it was all well. So,
Wow.
yeah, I don't have.
That's crazy. That is crazy. I love it. I love it.
I mean, it was, yeah. When I moved in, it was just like I didn't understand the gurney in the garage, and I didn't understand no parking, funeral reserve signs. Went down to the basement, and I was like, "What are these crates for?" And my dad's like, "Baby caskets," and I'm like, "Oh, okay." I'm like, "Oh, okay." You want to talk about creepy basements? And I always remember one time my stepmother. I can't remember what was down in the basement. There was something down in the basement. She had to go down in the basement for something, and the light went out. And she was like, "Man, I could feel him touching me." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And then it's like you go down that basement alone. It was spooky. I'm not gonna lie. You start thinking about all the blood that went down those pipes and stuff like that. I mean, for real, it's like I knew the guy. I knew the guy that owned the funeral home, and it was him and his son. But his son died. Him and his wife were married for like 50 years, and all his equipment were this like old school. It was like a big glass vial, and that's where they pour in the embalming fluid. And I think it's in through the left wrist, and it comes out through your right ankle or something like that. One of the two. It's either the right wrist and the left ankle, or the left wrist and the right ankle, and it just gravity feed through you, and then it just try and drain the blood down the sink and back in the day.
So
So
you're telling me this goes down the drain, like down?
this was old school. This is not modern
What do they do
mortuary.
now?
Right?
Yeah,
This is old
oh my
school.
God.
This is old school.
I gotcha. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you.
They rake your stomach to cut all your solar plexus, run a rake across your stomach, and then yeah, and
Why
then
would you do that?
they cut your solar plexus so you don't sit up.
Oh my God. Okay, I gotcha.
Okay, so I knew this one lady. I knew this one lady. Her job at the mortuary was nothing but to wash bodies. All right, nothing but to wash bodies. So she goes in, she washes the body. She goes on to do something else. The coroner comes in, or the mortician comes in and says, I asked you to clean up that body." And she's like, "I did clean up that body." And there was like a mess all over the body. You know what I mean? So you still do things after you're dead, just so you know.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. Etiquette.
Yeah, okay, so my whole story, I'll tell you. It started when I drove and a dead man was driving the car. Like I was in the back seat with my grandma. I was like 7 years old, 8 years old. We were coming back from Chicago, and it's huge snowstorm. So from that experience, believe me, I learned more than I ever wanted to know about it. And we didn't have cell phones or anything, so we're trying to drag this guy out of the car. It was crazy. My grandma, she didn't go over and turn that car off, but that same grandmother was a hairstylist, and she used to always go down and do, when her clients would pass, it wouldn't even bother
Right.
her. She'd go and do their hair. So she was talking
Right.
about how you had to, she didn't know at first, like, and went down into the basement and all this stuff and was doing, her client who had passed, and was sitting there, and she said the power went out. And I guess you're supposed to use alcohol in their hair because there's no body heat. So she says she's down there for like 4 hours, and the guy's getting so mad, and it's getting like 1 o'clock in the morning, and they can't get the lady's hair to dry, and the power's out. I'm like, that I would have been out of there in seconds. There's no possible way. But it didn't bother her. She used to go and do it all the time.
Right.
It's like,
It's like I don't know. It's like they're dead. They're not going to do anything to you. I mean, like I tell people with spirits, you can throw a book through them. I mean, it's not going to do anything to them. You can just throw a book through them, tell them to go away. What are they going to do to you? Knock over something on your shelf? Tell them to knock it off.
Right.
Yeah.
That's how I am with the paranormal. That's how comfortable I have that.
So you
level of
tell them to knock it off, and then they go and knock something off your shelf. What do you expect? They did exactly.
Or pound
told
on
them,
the
knock it
wall.
off.
Yeah, I call it parlor games. We go up to, there's a place called Eidenberg Manor. It's one of the most haunted mansions in America, and I'll take a group of friends up there, and we spend the night. You can rent it out. It's a huge manor, and so you go through, and something always goes on when we're in there. And it's like I said, everybody else is like afraid. I go through and I own that place. I start pounding on the doors. We're waking up, it's like I'm going through your stuff. I'm laying on your bed, it's like, and that's how you get a response. And some people, I've been ousted from ghost hunting groups because of this. And I said, you want to sit here and wait with your EVP for 8 hours? I'll get that thing going in a matter of minutes. And
Right.
like,
Go and provoke them a little bit.
Yeah. And I never I would say, you stay here, you're not coming home with me. And you show no fear, because as soon as you give them that ounce of fear, or as soon as they find something to feed off of, they will attach, and they will eat away at your very being. So
it was like Area 51 saying that the Michael, the angel Michael or whatever.
Archangel Michael,
I carried the names of 7 angels in my wallet. I'm not gonna lie.
I always say that I was taught spirits of the white light and love of God stay with me. Spirits not of the white light and the love of God leave. And I'd repeat it over and over. And I lock them in a crystal cave. Like there's things like, you know, and that's the thing, like I straight up, and but they feed off of fear. They
Right.
that opportunity of fear, and they latch right onto that.
See, that's what got me into researching Solomon in the Bible, was his ability to summon demons and stuff like that, and then put them to work. You know?
Yeah, right. Literally, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I don't know how to explain it, but yeah. And
That's
yeah.
awesome. So do you do a
Bananas.
lot of paranormal investigations or anything like that, or you just
No, I try to stay away from too much of playing around with that because yeah, I've worked years trying to get rid of the shadow people in my house.
right? But it sounds like your house, some of the houses that you described were very conducive to them. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of
Well,
your environment.
I always remember. I told my wife one time. I was like, it's always funny how I'll be out in like a crowd, and I can actually find those angels' names on people. You know, like Michael and Gabrielle, and I don't. You know, just I can't remember what else I got in there, but you know what I mean. I can
Yeah.
find them in the crowd.
To
So
each
one
of
night
yeah.
there was this guy, Michael. He was in the Catholic Church, and where was I? Catholic Church, Michael. And I was telling him about living in a funeral home, and then telling him about my near death experience. And he was telling my wife how people like me usually don't do well in places like that because you can kind of see the spirit side because you already been over on the spirit side from the living side. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if have you ever had an NDE or
Had what?
I mean,
an NDE, near death experience?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
That's what I was describing with the guy driving the car. Like I thought but have I crossed? No, but you know the point of where you think you're gonna die and you accept it and everything, time just kind of slows down. You just sit back and watch it. Like it's
Like you're
you've
slowly
accepted
freezing
it's
to death.
happened. Yeah.
Like you just fell into your neck in water and it's sub-zero and you got 3 miles to walk. Yeah, I know that feeling.
You just
You
gotta say you
you,
sit back and it's like the
you just
season
tell yourself you're gonna go to that next tree right there, and
Mhm.
that's you're just gonna give up. You're just gonna stop on the side of the road, lean up on that tree like the Tin Man, and that's where you're gonna die. That's where they're gonna find you, frozen. And then you go, I'm gonna go to that tree, and then you get to that tree, and you go, I'm gonna go to get to that tree, and you just keep going until you get back to the house, and you knock on the door with your head because your hands are frozen in your armpits.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely is. It definitely is a crazy world. That's for sure.
Yeah. So.
Well,
Well,
that
say
thanks for
goodnight to
sharing. That
Christine.
was
Yeah, no, Magnetic he's not even, man, the guy has, in here, the guy has a lot of stuff in there. So this is
Yeah, I
not
sent
even
Rob
the
some pictures.
surface. Yeah. Bananas. I don't know if I can
No,
bring him up here.
I don't know if you can. I know I put the bottle one in for my avatar.
Yeah, Magneticus is, man, this guy's brain is insane, and I love it too. He's always
I
sending me
told you I
stuff
was
to
electrocuted
challenge.
as a small child, so I'm wired differently.
I love it, man. I love it. I love it. He's a numbers guy, and he's always sit like the bottle thing. I sat there and looked at that and was like, "Whoa,
You
that
never
is
seen anything like it, had you?
not
You
at
never
all,
seen anything like that.
not at all." And see, I'd have to put it in a. Let me try to bring it up like this.
Man, I could just put it on the video. Here, hold on a second.
Do you
Let me
have?
give you
Yeah.
guys. Let's give you the real deal. So
Let me put you
that
full
is
screen.
this is one piece of string holding that bottle, except for it's on a web of. It's on this whole frame up here, and then this one is connected to the red wires, and this is just showing the pitch of the blade. Oh, and that's showing the pitch of the blade. of the wires in there. And this is my small one and my magnet wheel. That one's, whoops. And that was a mistake, but that's okay. So if I pull out the center thing, it just goes like that. Boom. And it pulls tight, just like the bottle.
Atticus.
So this is what I was telling you about. See the sand line right there?
Mm-hmm.
And that's all water up in there. And like I said, the wax card right here. Boom. Your abrasive comes out into the rock. And then you twist the frame by going chink, chink, boom. I can't twist it on here, but you get the idea.
So
you go like
so
that.
You were, tell them what you were saying. That you were saying that you had a problem with them saying that ancient people couldn't have made precise cuts in rock, and you were demonstrating with this.
They said you couldn't use a copper pipe to carve the rock. And I said maybe they weren't using the copper pipe, but a ceramic bottle.
Oh wow.
Dude, mind blowing, man. That
With abrasive. Where's the abrasive? Abrasive. This abrasive wants to go out. And just like a hummingbird feeder, as long as it's sitting on that rock, the abrasive can only get out. And as long as there's wax on this bottle, wax sits on water, water sits on the rock, abrasive sits between the wax and the water, working away at the rock. And the more weight you put on this frame, and that's why I weight bottles somewhere if I can find one. There's one. There's one. And that weighs a lot more than water, I'll guarantee it. Same with that one. Sand in the bottle. Sand in the bottle. And then I showed you about these, right? I showed you about putting needles in those.
No. Go ahead and talk about it.
So I keep telling people if you put a needle in the point of one of these $5 things I do, you can play a record with it.
Oh wow.
Because that's why I was saying about Jeremiah 17 verse 1. Pin of iron with a diamond point, and the heart circulates, like a record. Heart circulates. And his sin was recorded. So yeah. And if you so that's the horn. The horn that amplifies the sound. And then the altar is the pedestal sits on, like right here. The pedestal, the altar, Yeah. So what's an RCA phonograph doing in a book that was written 2,000 years ago?
Boom.
Just out of curiosity.
That's
wow.
Now, the other thing I'd like to ask is if you took a clay jar with a perfectly cylindrical jar, right? And you fired it and then put a slip coat on it and then ran the needle vibrating across the slip coat as it was turning. Wouldn't that be the original phonograph? Except for the original phonograph was done with wax.
Oh
Sounds
wow.
like it. This guy's brain. This is why I love this dude, man.
Hey, so now that you know all this, maybe you can help us invent some equipment here. They have stuff for paranormal. Like we need some ET. Like how do we figure out? You've got a brilliant mind. I'm sure you've been told several times. That's pretty.
Never
said build a Tesla coil.
Never.
I need you.
I tried that once. It did not work. I was like a radio in a jar. I was like, my brain is not.
Man.
What are we looking at here?
My water fountain. There's a tornado in that one. This one doesn't develop a tornado because the egg's spinning around in there. And then it splashes out. And I'm going to eventually make Lord Kelvin's dropper.
Wow. Wow.
This guy, man, Magneticus, and I love it. And he's like, man, I'm sorry for sending you. I'm like, dude, keep sending this stuff. This stuff blows my mind, dude. I love Magneticus, man. This guy.
My windmill.
He's that guy.
Except for my tomato plants got too big. Yeah. So.
That's amazing.
You're that dude,
Yeah,
Magneticus. You're that
I'm always
dude, man.
building something when I can, because yeah,
Like I
Wow.
said, keep sending that stuff to me, man. I
right.
like the way you work
Well,
my
sometimes
brain,
you just
man.
don't respond, so I don't know if you're, you know,
No, no, here's what it
I
is. So you send me something and it's just so freaking mind blowing
you
that
don't
I
know
can
what to
take the
say, right?
time
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah. It's like
Okay.
you gotta let
I'm
it
like, let
sink
me wrap my
in for a
mind around
second.
what this guy just sent me, man. Cause Magnetic
Well,
is
sometimes I
already
feel
know.
like I wrote all that out for nothing because I get little response, and I'm like, okay, is it like one of those messages that the NSA
No,
intercepted? And I'm not supposed to
no.
be talking about this, like, you know,
Look, just like right now, you just drop these bombs right now, and it's like, what do you say? Everybody's witness to that. Like, what do you say back to that? He sends you a message of this thing, you know what I'm saying, that he built, and he's sort of explaining it, and then how do you even reply to that? It's just like amazing. So every time you send me something, dude, I'm just blown away. I show my girl too. I'm like, man, look what Magneticus just sent me, man. And I'm just like, dude, there's a mess. Magneticus always has a message inside of what it is. It's like a riddle, you know what I mean, that you have to solve with Magneticus, and
I,
that's what I end up doing. I'm like, let me try to crack this code, man, because
that's
man,
what
this
that's
shit,
what
this
I
shit's
was saying
crazy.
earlier in the chat about Bill Cipher and the axolotl. Can't say it. It's the oh, in Illinois we call them mud puppies, but they're um they're like salamanders with these big old gills on their heads.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about?
I don't know if I've
Those little
seen I know the mud puppies the walk the land and breathe air. Is that what you're talking about?
no, these live down in the water. They got like these big old gill flaps that hang out from the side of their heads. They're usually down in Mexico.
Okay,
They're
I'll bring one up.
AOXOLT, oxalotl, or something like that.
Yeah,
Trust,
I see one right here. I'm gonna bring it up.
they, trust me, when you see them, you can't miss those big old gills sitting out the side of their heads. So, like a fish has the gills inside the head, these have them outside the head.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
This,
that's one. That's an axolotl.
who knew that?
And
You know what I'm saying?
that's the name Bill Cipher uses in
Yeah.
Gravity Falls. So,
Only
the mystery of
Magneticus.
the axolotl.
So are you working on the time machine then? Because I feel like you could probably
He probably should be the guy. Yeah,
yeah
I'm with you
you
on
look
that.
like you're probably halfway there.
I'm working on building a flying saucer. I want to build a
I
flying
believe
saucer.
you. I believe you.
Yeah, me
Yeah.
too.
Straight up.
Me
So
too.
it, it well,
We get a
it's like,
ride, right? I mean, I
well,
know I just met you, but I'd really like a
I
ride.
I mean that's what I try to tell people. It's like for years it was like I had these like they showed me like this web of wires spinning this pool of like mercury, and I was like I didn't, as a child, it's like you don't know what this stuff is, and let alone how to weave the wires like the wires were wove, and I was just like, and now I'm like sitting there going, oh, I'm doing these bottles, and I'm like going over and under, over and under, over and under. Because that's what you got to do when
Wow.
you're weaving these is like, and it's like with my frame, I did, well, it's 6 pointed, but I did 12. And then you have to use a prime number like 7, 13, or 11, 13, 17, 19, 23. Anything over the base number will equal more turns around the bottle. So if you have a half-inch rope, and my frame is a base 12 and I do 23, I'll be like 1 3/4 turn around the bottle. So that adds up to like an inch almost of height.
Wow.
And well, times 6 times 12, I mean half times 12 would be 6 inches. So a half-inch rope would cover 6 inches of the bottle wrapped up in the way it does. But it also makes the magnetic current too. Like people don't realize there's a left hand coil and there's a right hand coil. And you kind of have to have both, especially if you're doing the hydrogen and oxygen separation. You need like the South Pole to pull the oxygen and the North Pole to pull the hydrogen loose. But you didn't hear that from me.
Man,
Nor did you hear,
dude.
nor did you hear magnet or spider webs are magnetic. You didn't hear that from me either. If you don't believe me, get a spider. Yeah,
This guy.
you didn't know that
No,
they're
I didn't.
magnetic.
I
Uh-uh.
never
Oh.
heard of it either.
Get a spider to build a web inside the jar, and then get a really strong like N52 magnet, and you should be able to move the web from the outside of the jar. Yeah. So
I believe this guy, man. Magneticus has never
Me
steered me
too.
wrong. I swear.
What about a
And I'm not
time
even saying that.
machine? Yeah. Would you consider
Yeah.
a time machine? Maybe, side
if I had a time machine, I'd collect old money and I'd keep it in nice, fresh condition. Oh, I do that, don't I?
What would you, I'd like a lift back to like 1989, 90.
Hey, all I'm gonna tell you, all I'm gonna tell you that is with the new money, you're gonna get about as far as 2013. And then other than that, you're gonna have to pay a lot of money to get that old money that looks new. Because trust me, you can't go back in time with old money that looks like it's old money. It's got to look like new money. And you can't come with the money from now because they're going to be like, get the F out of here because that's not money. Because that's not what it looks like yet. So, yeah.
Clothing?
Silver, keep your gold, keep your diamonds. Uh-oh, what was that?
Did that go over everybody's head? Are you guys listening to Magneticus, man? Tune in.
Yeah. No, I'm catching this here.
So,
man, like, what vicinity of the world are you located in, if I can ask?
In Washington State. Yeah, like Area 51, but he said he was up in Beacon Hill, which is like up in Seattle somewhere. I can't remember where.
No, I'm way down in Iowa. I was gonna say if you're close by,
I've been to Iowa before. Rock City, USA. Yeah, there's a lot of rocks in the soil.
Heartland. I'm right here in the middle of it. Freezing.
You have a lot of those little ladybugs or whatever, huh?
Oh yeah, the Japanese.
Yeah, that's what I remember from there is ladybugs everywhere, like thousands of them. South Dakota, it's lots of flies. Colorado's a nice place. Texas, don't play King of the Hill with the fire ants.
The cockroaches that jump all over everything, like they fly. I was like, oh my god.
Oh, the flying cockroaches.
Yeah.
Ew.
Oh
man.
I have a good cockroach story. You want to hear a good cockroach story?
Do it. Go.
You remember that movie Arachnophobia?
Yeah.
So I took this girl to see that movie Arachnophobia, and then went back to her house afterwards, and I forget what they opened, but cockroaches fell out, and it was like spiders. It was hilarious because the girl screamed, she was all freaking out, like ah! It was hilarious, because she was like, after watching the spider movie, she was creepy crawlies, and the cockroaches definitely fit under creepy crawlies. So, yeah. That was a good old time in Illinois. Yep.
Man, magnetic.
Half man, half gator.
Yeah. Oh,
and
you're
that's the thing. Like when you try to do this in the chat, like you can't even explain half of the stuff that you.
I don't even try to explain this stuff in words because nobody understands. They'll be like, "What are you talking about?" And I'm like, "I don't know. Watch the video."
Exactly.
Yeah, see, but didn't he understand then maybe like why Rob's having a hard time responding? You're like,
dude, I'm telling you, because
I
consider
what do you
myself
say
an
to
intelligent
that?
person. So when you hit me with stuff, and I like numbers as well. So when you hit me with something, I'm trying to decipher the code, the Da Vinci code. So
when I sent you one page of the numbers.
How about now, Derek?
Out of 271 pages, yeah. And that was one of the short files at only 432 entries. Yeah, because the biggest file is 3,888 entries. So
I can show you some stuff, man, that can send me, but I'll keep it proprietary information because I don't want none of these patents to get out. because he is gonna build the next time machine. The guy is gonna. I have all faith in this guy.
I
Man.
am for sure he is.
I'm telling
It
you,
took me 2 seconds to
Magneticus
see
is
that.
guy. So
Yeah.
just know that.
All I can say is if you ever want to understand a flux capacitor, you have to understand my magnetic flywheel. And then when I have it running and I hook LEDs to 2 iron bars for the power supply, that's a flux capacitor.
See,
Okay.
if
So
people know what the flux capacitor is for starters.
Back to the Future, man.
Yes,
Back to the Future.
This guy just explained to you.
And I just said,
Let's go.
that I'm going to illuminate LEDs with 2 iron rods. That's all I'm going to use to power these LEDs is 2 iron rods. You could go to Harbor Freight, or you could go to Lowe's or Home Depot or any hardware store. Just get me 2 iron rods, and I'll connect the LEDs both ways to let you know that whatever is there is going both directions, because we all know LEDs are directional. You know what I mean? There's a positive and a negative, but I can show you that both rods are positive and negative to the LED. So, yeah. And I used to always trip people up when they come over my house, and I'd ask them, because I'd use my bicycle rim. That's what I'd use. I use my bicycle rim, and I attach one alligator clip to the bicycle rim, and I'd hack the other one up to a metal rod, and I'd ask them, so what's powering the light? And they just kind of look at me like, I don't know.
They're pedaling.
Not a lot of people gonna understand that, Magneticus.
I love this. This is great.
That's the wireless energy Tesla was talking about. Not this Elon Musk Tesla, Nikola Tesla.
Yes.
I mean, as soon as Elon Musk put a battery in that car, I was like, that's no Tesla. That's an Edison car. Edison was big on DC batteries. Tesla was big on wireless energy like our phones use. And if you do it right, you can actually get LEDs to light off the energy in the air that's being transmitted right now. But you can't get a lot of it.
I have some, I really do. I would love to, is there any way that after this, I just need to process this? Like my brain's like, ooh.
Rob, give her my email address so she can get in contact with me later.
Yeah,
you already know it. You
already
know it.
You know my email address. That's why I ask you if you get my messages sometimes, because I'm just like, I don't get no response from you. So I'm like, did you get it?
I got
so,
it.
It's
just you know what you're saying, and then I have to figure out what you're saying. You know what I mean?
It takes a minute. It's like one of those. It's like one of those jokes that 2 weeks later, all of a sudden you just go, "Ah, that was funny."
Exactly.
Because when you get it, you're gonna get it.
In the middle of the night, you're trying.
I'm like,
remember.
what did he just send me? You sent me that, and I'm like, man, this dude's a genius.
What did I send you?
When you sent me the bottles, what you?
Oh, first I sent you the coins. Did I ever show you the coins?
You did, and I'm sitting
here. Did I explain the coins?
You did.
Did I explain the coins?
You did not. I'm sitting there counting the coins. I'm like, it's the $1.16. It's
okay. No. I want you to pay attention. I want you to pay attention which way they were looking. You have Kennedy. He's looking left. Then you have Washington. He's looking left. And then you have who's on the dime? Hamilton. Is it Hamilton?
Hamilton, I think.
You got me.
I think it's Hamilton. Whoever's on the dime, he's looking left. And then you have Jefferson on the nickel. He's looking left. And then you got the penny with Lincoln. He's looking right. Okay? Now, what's the similarity between Kennedy and Lincoln? Name something they both have in common. They're both assassinated, right?
There's so many things.
So you notice Kennedy, everybody's looking right at his back. And you notice Lincoln, they all had their backs to him because, they were against, they weren't against, you know what I mean, the slavery stuff. That was apparently why.
Yeah.
So
this is what he sent me. This is how he sent it to me. He didn't put any words with this. He just sent this to me like this. And
Can
then
you
I'm
make it a
like, I
bigger
gotta figure
picture?
this out.
Just take
Yeah.
the coins. All you gotta do is find the coins and lay them out in a straight line.
Well, now you say that. Now it's like, okay, I'm
Now you
overthinking
see
this
it.
now.
Now you see it.
Let me see
Now
if I can
let
get
me
it.
let me now let's talk about the colors of the coin. Why is the one with dark skin the least value?
Oh, you about to go deep on me, man, Atticus.
Mm.
Tell me about it.
This is what got pointed out to me Christmas last year, year before last. A black woman came up to me and showed me that one when I made her one of my $5 stars.
Tell me. Let's
So,
go.
so that's what she told me. She showed me how Kennedy was assassinated, Lincoln was assassinated, and you both noticed that both of them are looking away from the other people. And then she said why? And then she said why is the coin of least value got the darkest skin? And that's how people with dark skin were treated years ago during Lincoln. They're of no value or little
That's right.
value. You know what I mean?
And that's
That's
how
So
they
why
do
you're
it
my
too.
buddy,
If you
man.
go into
That's exactly
cryptology
why.
and steganography and the numbers and stuff, what he's talking is that's exactly how they do it. Exactly how they do it. And it's
That's
it's
bad.
like
exactly
they
why.
put it right in your face, like this Phillips 66 and Union 76 gasoline. If you buy a gallon at 66 degrees and heat it up to 76 degrees, you got more gasoline than what you bought. If you buy a gallon at 76 degrees and cool it down to 66 degrees, you got less gasoline than you bought. They put it right in your face.
Mm-hmm.
And then to rub it in more, and they talk about, you lack common sense. You lack common sense. You think? Look at that gas station sign. $1 something something 9. Nobody has that 9/10 of a cent in their pocket. So if you buy 10 gallons at a time, it equals 9 cents. I've watched people with calculators get the wrong price for 10 gallons of gas. And if you go into that gas station and say, I want 10 gallons of gas, they'll look at you like, I don't know what you want. 10 gallons of gas. It's not hard. You look at the sign, you move the decimal point one place, done. You know, it's not hard.
We're like, what are they
You
at?
don't need a
That's true.
calculator. You just move the decimal point one place to the right, one place.
I need to
Man,
run
that
some
is-
ideas by you. I mean, this is really, man, oh
Yeah,
man.
So I'm telling you, the next time you get gas, ask for 10 gallons and see what the response is. And I'm telling you, if they can't figure out the price of 10 gallons, you can probably hand them a 10 and tell them it was a 20.
Right.
The
Right.
people, it was so
Basic math.
bad. It was so bad at the gas station the other day. The girl could not figure out the change. And this isn't the first time it's happened. And it's
Oh my
younger
gosh.
generations. And
Right?
they're not even teaching them how to write in cursive. Like when I work at the zip line during the summer, I love doing it. So anyway, we have kids come in, they have to sign waivers or whatever. And then you'll ask them to, and I'm like, well, gosh, well, we just now found the secret language of the future. No one's going to be able to read cursive. You know, it's just like all these crazy things that they do. It's unbelievable.
Right. Oh, you know what? You know what's fun about living in Washington is when you get people from Oregon coming into Washington and they go to get gas and they don't know what to do.
Why?
You can't pump your own gas in Oregon. I remember the first time I went to Oregon and tried to pump my own gas and I got yelled at for it. I was like, "What?
Yeah.
You can't pump your own gas?"
You
I'm
don't
like,
have
"What?"
your own gas?
It's actually
What?
against the law.
So
changed
one
it
time
now.
I was getting gas and there was this young lady on the other side of the pump trying to get gas, and I got back in the car and I told the wife, I'm like, man, these kids these days are really dumb. This girl don't even know how to put gas in her car. And as we're driving out of the parking lot, I looked at the license plate and I seen Oregon on the license plate and I'm like, oh man, I feel like an ass now. So I stopped, I got out and I'm like, have you ever pumped your own gas before? No. Okay, this is what you got to do, you know. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's
That's
funny.
true.
Lord.
That's true.
They are
That's
trying
true.
to dumb down people.
Yeah, they are. Yeah,
But they
are.
just
I mean, it's
just
like,
so you know, man, that because they did just pass a law so that now they can pump their own gas. But forever,
Oh, that's
that was
great.
just this year.
Can
that
you
they
Right.
passed
imagine
the
now
law.
passing laws so you can pump gas? I mean, I think we may have too many laws.
I,
You know.
I don't even know what that's about. All I know is you just couldn't pump your own gas, you know. So
Yeah. They yell at you before you get out the car, and it's technically against the law. I had no
Wow,
crowds
this
passing
is
through to
crazy.
Washington,
Wow.
stopped to get gas, opened my door to go get out to the pump. It was like, no,
what are you
don't do
doing?
that. Exactly.
Right?
I'm like,
What are
okay.
you
I'm like, hey,
really?
pump my gas
Yeah,
for me,
like
man.
it's
Cool.
just some federal offense or something, man. They get all over you for
Yeah,
trying
And
to.
see,
it was
Iowa,
an
people
actual
are out
law.
smoking their cigarettes, pumping gas in their car.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know
bananas.
how we made it here in Iowa. I tell
Man,
you, we live a little
Magneticus,
bit different.
you brought the real talk, man, and I appreciate you. Dude. I didn't think you
Yeah,
was
that was
gonna come
Oh,
with the
not a
awesome.
real talk
problem.
like this, man. I didn't. I was like, okay, Magneticus, you're gonna say a couple things, but
Uh,
you dropped some real truth bombs tonight
right.
over here, and you know
Well,
that's how we do it over here anyway. We get deep on the social dig, you know what I'm saying, and
you
we
seen
say
what I
stuff that
said
we
in that
probably can't
message.
say
I
other
get.
places.
You know what I said in my message? I get tired of people saying, "Oh, you can't drill a copper pipe into stone." And I'm like going, "Well, maybe they used a stone to drill the holes, you know." And
Ask that guy,
you
right?
know, maybe they weren't even using the copper pipe. Maybe they're using the copper pipe for a lever or something, or magnet wire or something. I don't know. You know,
Man,
I
I want to team up with you, man. I want some more of
Yeah. Hey,
this
don't
I,
leave
stuff,
me
man.
out.
So
We're
so
like
connected
like I
now.
said,
let's
I like it
I've been trying to get a hold of
already.
you and Mateo, and well, Roderick's talked to me a few times, so I've talked to him on the
yeah,
phone a few times because he
yeah,
didn't
yeah.
understand the numbers. I had him baffled with the numbers. He was like,
Oh,
"What
I
is this?
know.
A is not equal to B, B is not equal to C, and C is not equal to A." And I'm like, "It's easy as 1, 2, 3 equals 6, and 4 plus 5 equals 15, and 1 plus 5 equals 6, and 7, 8, 9 equals 24, and 2 plus 4 equals 6." There's your triple six of Revelations.
Love it.
Oh, okay.
Love it.
I
Love it.
should
I
show
know
you.
Maggie M10. This
Oh man.
Magneticus does this all. If you've ever been in a chat with him anywhere, he drops this kind of stuff in the chat and it goes over everyone's head. Nobody even engages with it. And I always try to do it. He'll send something out there and I'll try to guess what it is that he's saying. But you hear from him and you can tell here that he knows exactly what he's
Oh
talking
yeah,
about.
yeah. I
So
told you I have a background in steganography and cryptology, and we were cracking some codes. I'd love to send you some of my stuff too to see what you think for the number breakdown. I have a
boom.
buddy, Paul. His father and grandfather were Freemasons, and the deal was as long as Paul, I mean, they were high up in there, and as long as he did not talk about it, and like back in the day, Dateline was trying to get a story, or those kind of shows or whatever, and he never talked, so he was always protected. But his numbers and how he breaks it down, my brain sits there and I'm like, how do you do this? And it all falls into accordance when you figure out their little codes and the way that they do things. It's unbelievable. It's right out there in your face.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Like that. Morkamendi was Nanu, Nanu, and Masons, you take your fingers like that and you hook the wrist and you lock your thumbs.
Wow.
And it's like the next to impossible to break that grip. Next to impossible. And those are Masonic symbols too,
Oh yeah.
right
Oh
there.
yeah.
Well, if I don't
Wow.
fold these in, if I don't fold those in, it makes the compass and the square. If you put a compass and a square in there, it'll fit. Like here, these ones.
Wow.
Yeah, what do you call those again? I forgot what you call those. The stars.
This is a dodecahedron.
Okay, there you go.
They're
That's
12 pentagrams. 12
Yeah.
pentagrams. Yeah. Spinning on a rock
I
ball
haven't heard that for a while. Yeah. Start spinning.
on a glass bottle.
Wow.
And those are
So
that's the triple
how are we gonna break back into the 90s? I'm really ready to go back.
to the
I
what?
have a feeling if you
Send that
guys
time machine.
step into like some time machine and you're heading back
Yeah, when
in the
he does
90s.
that, we're good.
Yeah,
Why would
I
you want to
better
go
be
to the 90s
invited.
for?
I know,
Why
I
would you
right?
want to go to
know.
the 90s for?
The
It's
The
90s,
similar.
90s suck for me.
Oh no,
Yeah.
I want to go back to the skating rinks. And I want to go back to like
Skating
doing
rink.
my
Oh my goodness.
oh yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, I'm like the roller skater. Like I still do roller skate, like competitively. I'm pretty good.
Man,
But yeah. I just think times were much more simple then. And if I could go
I can
back to the
agree.
90s, maybe I could stop all this from happening.
I'd rather
Mm.
go back to like 1920 and hang out with like Al Capone.
Oh yeah, we could do that too. We do. Hey, I mean, you got a
Moonshine
time
cars.
machine if you figure out how to
Make some
use it.
moonshine motors.
That'd be great.
Moonshine motors.
Oh yeah.
Nobody
My
gets that one.
parents were they were
Moonshine Motors.
yeah,
You know what's funny
Back
about
in the
moonshine?
day.
You know
Using
what's
for
funny
gas.
about moonshine?
What's
Yeah.
Is if you call it ethanol, you can pour it in the gas tank and nobody will know that you're pouring moonshine in the gas.
There you
He's
go.
right. He's
What?
right.
It's like I told people.
corn, I know all about that ethanol stuff.
Are you old enough to remember the Dukes of Hazzard?
Oh yeah. The red
Yeah.
Okay.
flying around.
Okay. So the police cars, they're running on gasoline.
Mhm.
Jesse and Daisy, they were running straight ethanol, and the General Lee was running straight methanol, and that's why the gasoline car couldn't keep up with the car running methanol because methanol is more of a racing fuel. It's got more octane.
Mm.
And they say that the ethanol it doesn't last as long. It doesn't.
It binds with water. Ethanol is water-based fuel. Gasoline is oil-based fuel. And if you ever made mayonnaise that mixes oil and water, you needed an egg to get them to stick together. And the nice thing about these new cars is they have injectors. And you know what's nice about injectors?
What's that?
I could empty my bladder into your gas tank, and that injector would spray it all day long.
You're
talking about the water cars?
Wait.
When the water binds with the ethanol in the gasoline and causes the ethanol to separate from the gasoline, and then it sits down in the bottom of your tank, your injector can spray that water, where a carburetor fills the float bowl with water, and it stops running because the gasoline can't get past the water in the float bowl. And so your car stops running, and then you have to take it to the shop, and the mechanic, like Crazy Cooter and the Dukes of Hazzard, would have to take apart your carburetor, clean it out, put it back on your car, and it runs just fine. Mm-hmm. But with an injector and all the NOx sensors and everything else, it's like, oh, there's water there. Let me send more. So it opens up the injector and shoots more fluid through it to get enough gasoline and water to go bang and not cause a knock in the piston.
This guy right here.
So all I can say is if you ran straight ethanol instead of mixing it with gasoline, all you need is a little separator and use your coolant, heat up the ethanol, and the water will just evaporate and you won't have to worry about it condensating in your float bowl. So but
what? As crazy as this is, somebody else explained this. You would love he's got a mind like yours, but maybe not as sophisticated. He does radio things. Like he's got a radio tower he's building in his like a house. I mean, it's crazy. So, but I would love. Oh my gosh, this is just so intriguing. Like my mind's just like. So
that's how people used to be when they'd sit by me on the bus. They're just like. I remember a lot of people were just like, I feel like my mind just blew.
No, yeah, man, because you're on some whole other mental plane, bro. I mean, you're tapped in, dude. You're tapped into something, man, that we're not tapped into, but I love it. Like I said, I love it. I love being challenged. I already know that anytime it's a message from Magneticus, it's going to be something that I need to think about. Right. It's never going to be just, hey, what's up? How you doing?
How are you doing, right? No, it's going to be like, what do you think of this? And then when I get no response, I'm like, okay, they didn't like it. That's how I feel about it.
Never take it like that, man.
Well, see, now that I've got clarification, I know I'm like, okay, well, maybe he's just still processing it, So,
no, dude.
And so that's why.
I'm still trying to figure out
there's been a few times in the chat where I'm just like, did you get my message? And you're like, yep. And I'm like, okay. And it was like, okay, what do you think?
So that's why we got the time to chat, which is cool. So, and we're gonna do this again, Magneticus. We got to
right?
do it because you're just too full of too much data.
Information,
Yeah,
right?
you have too much to offer, and we're gonna
No outlet,
man.
no
I
And
outlet.
think
here
this is perfect.
and
Like
here's
I feel like you could come, we could give you some things and maybe you could work on them. I have some
yeah.
Right.
ideas.
Well, let's actually. I mean, you already know you're a regular here, dude. You're here every
Right.
show that I do here, man. So
Oh,
I try to
awesome.
be. I try
yeah,
to be. I mean, there's
you
sometimes I
pretty
miss,
much
but
are. Yeah, you and
yeah.
Derek
I mean,
Galloway, Maggie M10 are like always here. So
right.
and that's much love for that. I'm gonna have to get you into something else. Like this is chat. We're doing live calls, so it's cool, and everybody loves what it is you're
Did
talking
anybody
about.
else
But
call? Has
so
anybody
yeah,
else called since I've been talking?
nobody else called, and I don't think
Yeah.
anybody.
So,
You know why though? Because you're
but
blowing
I
their
would have got.
mind, dude.
I would have got off the phone if somebody else called in, though. I would
No,
have.
you are
Just like
blowing
I
their
said,
mind, dude. That's what
just
it
like I
is.
said, if nobody else calls you tonight, I would call you. But
That's right. You did.
I
You
was
did
going to
tell
give
me
other
that.
people the chance to talk, and then if
You
nobody
did.
else wanted to talk, I was going to just go, okay, what do you
You
want to talk
did.
about?
Hey, it's a Magneticus
You
show.
want
Hey,
you want to
it's
talk
the
about ghosts?
social.
Let's talk about ghosts. You want to talk about UFOs? Let's talk about UFOs. You want to talk about stealth projects? Can't go there.
Okay,
But
so let's do that then. So Magneticus is on the panel as you see.
Mhm.
Anybody else? The phone is open, so you can call with Magneticus here. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? So
yeah.
while he's here, you guys could still call in
Take the
and just join the
opportunity.
conversation, make it one big party. Derek Galloway, you keep saying not ready for the heat. Magneticus is on the stage, man. He called in. We waiting for Derek Galloway. I keep getting the threats. Derek Galloway say, man, you gonna have me on, man. It's gonna be crazy when you come on, man. I'm gonna call. I'm gonna do. But we ain't got no. We don't see you, Derek Galloway. We trying to hear you.
right,
Yeah, Area
Yeah,
51.
come on, Derek.
Come on in, Area 51. You can actually. So what we can do. Juan, you can join the. I'll put the link back in here. You can join the StreamYard. That way you can be in here with us, and you don't have to turn the camera on. You can leave it off, but you'll have audio, and then the phone line stays open. So if Derek Galloway decides to call, which it doesn't seem like he is,
Come on,
then
Derek.
we can do
come
that.
on,
It's
Derek,
open.
do it,
It's open
Derek.
for anybody.
Pick up
So
that phone, Derek.
Area
I know you
51.
want to. I
StreamYard
know
link
you
is
want
out
to.
there. I think
I
we can
wish
take
Love
up
would
to
call.
10 people. Truthfully, 10 people can
Well,
come in. So
Oh, it looks like
come on
Area
in.
51. Yeah.
And I'm gonna leave that message up, Derek, because you say Rob G not ready for the heat,
Oh boy.
and I'm just proving that Derek Galloway might not be ready for the heat because I'm still waiting for Derek Galloway to show up, man. Come join
we
the
need to get Love Be
conversation.
Love on here.
Love be love. I be trying to get love be love. She was like, oh well, I'm kind of thin.
They're
Maybe
gonna
if I'm
call me
up to it,
crazy. People called me
maybe if
crazy
I'm
for
up
years
to it.
too.
I'm like, love be
Like
love,
I told
Doctor
my wife,
Love.
I said my ideas are crazy enough. They just might work.
That's what I'm saying. Look, maybe you can be that voice that gives her the comfort to say, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it.
Oh,
So
I'd love to
the
hear
the
from her.
line is
Yeah.
open. There's 3 people in here right now. You can add, I think, 7 more, up to 7 more.
Right? You can
If
have
you
up to
click the
10.
StreamYard link, you don't have to turn the camera on if you don't want to, but you'll be able to join the conversation. The phone. Oh, somebody did call the phone line. Let me check. They just called.
Ooh, who do we got now?
Who we got?
253. That's Juan. So let me.
That must be Juan
Oh
again.
no, he's in the back right here. Let me bring him in.
Howdy,
Juan.
howdy, howdy, howdy.
Hello.
All right, Juan is in
Yeah,
the
can you guys hear me?
building. Yep, we can hear you a little low.
Oh, can you hear me now? A little bit better.
Oh
Oh
yeah.
yeah,
Here.
Okay, cool.
definitely a lot better. Brown Dwarf in the building. Brown
Yeah,
Dwarf, you can come
Brown
up in
Dwarf,
here
my
too,
homie.
Brown Dwarf. It's all good. Man,
Oh,
Magneticus
Brown
just
Dwarf's
blew
in
our
here too now.
mind for the last 20 minutes, man, just with some mind blowing stuff that you
Oh
just
man.
can't fathom. So yeah, come on in, guys. Talk about whatever you want to talk about, man. I'll join in where we can. Let's see. Yeah, Juan is in right now,
Oh
Cole,
yeah.
and Maggie M10. Maggie M10. You can come
Is it
in.
just us four, or did anyone else jump in?
Nope, just us four for right now.
Oh,
So
I
you
thought
can, if you
Brown
got something to
Dwarf.
talk about, go ahead.
Yeah, I thought Brown Dwarf came in too. I was like, "Where's Brown Dwarf?"
Yeah, where's Brown Dwarf too?
Yeah, we're waiting.
We all stay
Brown
on
Dwarf, if he want to jump in, we got it. We're
Hey,
open
Maggie,
here.
you happen too. It's
we
just-
we all have.
that's
We're
cool,
all
yeah.
on the West Coast.
We
Brown
are
Dwarf,
on the West
me,
Coast.
and
Only one is Coley Cole.
I'm right here in Iowa.
Yep, couple hours from
Iowa.
here. And Maggie
yeah.
M10
Iowa.
is in
Iowa.
the land down under. So Maggie
Ooh.
oh, so
M10,
she's over there in Australia then.
yes,
Oh,
it's
nice.
what? Let me
I
see.
love
It's
that
probably
Nice.
Yeah.
8:00 p.m. I want to say maybe roughly.
No way, not in Australia. It's like maybe 11 o'clock in the morning.
I
For
wanna say
Australia,
they're
it is.
19 hours ahead of us. What time you got, Maggie?
Oh yeah, it's like tomorrow. It's like Monday
Yeah.
for them
It's like
already.
tomorrow, yeah.
Well,
I think
we're in the
it's
It's like
same day
tomorrow
Monday.
right
already.
now.
Monday
It's-
for them. Monday
it's
at like 10
Monday
o'clock in the morning or
evening.
something.
Yeah, see, it's 7:20
They're
out there
getting
right
their
now.
brekkie on.
Oh, they're in
They
Monday.
don't say breakfast; they say breaky.
No, it's Sunday. It's Sunday, 7:20 p.m. in where she's at in Australia, because we've crossed over.
roughly, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Here,
so we
do
got
not
it, man. We
care
got
if
the
you're-
globe in here, really. We got the
Yeah.
globe in here. So yeah, it's Sunday. Maggie and 10.
I
Derek
I
Galloway,
have
4
417.
Derek
Derek
Galloway.
Galloway.
So
We still
Galloway's
waiting
on
for
the
Derek
East
Galloway,
Coast.
man.
Yeah, he's in
He's on
Florida.
the East.
It's a she.
He says 417 there, so I
Derek
understand,
says
Derek.
that
I
she's
understand,
like,
man.
we do not
Maybe not
care,
this time.
Derek.
It's all good. But we're gonna do this a lot, so I figure it does good after this, the Space Out Radio show, so it ends at
Yeah.
11 Pacific, so people usually still amped up to talk, so we can
I'm still
have
up
the
this
show
late.
over here, and yeah, everybody can just talk, man. Why not?
Yeah, I'm
So,
surprised that
Derek,
you're from Washington. I know you mentioned Boeing earlier when I was talking, and I think it was you or maybe someone else saying that it might have been Boeing, but Boeing is north of me, where I was seeing the lights from, and
North of you.
no.
What are you talking about?
Where I
If
was,
you're
it was
big-
north of me. Where I
Oh.
was walking the dog, it was north of me, and then to the west side is where the SeaTac airport is. That's how I knew.
What?
Like, I also see the planes coming in from the land, And so I
FYI,
knew I wasn't seeing something wrong, and I grew up around Fort Lewis, so
FYI, back in the day, Boeing stretched from like Spanaway all the way to Everett.
Mhm.
There was places all over the place, and I remember late at night. It was always late at night. They never do it during the day. They do it late at night when nobody's around. And you always remember the two semi trucks coming out, and they'd move like wings and fuselages, and
Yep.
they just move right down the road, but there's nobody else, so nobody notices them moving around.
Yeah,
And
they're very, very conspicuous about what they're doing.
if you got up on the valley,
I mean, I work. I have a contract working for the military for doing propellers. I was working on drones at Amazon for because I'm a painter, and I've been in the aerospace industry for the last 12 years, and I've painted aircraft from you can name it, man. I worked on the helmets for the F-35s, and these things are like $250,000 because they're fitted for like certain pilots.
right?
Yeah,
It's
so
like astronauts get their own custom toilet seat.
exactly, and
That
they're so
fits their
custom
butt.
made to fit that like you can't even mess up one little thing on it because they're customized to their liking. So you have to paint them a certain way, and yeah, that was probably that one, and probably working on the drones for Amazon was like the most exciting jobs I've had because I've sat in an F-35 before. And these things, like when you put on the helmet, you can see 360 view, man. Like you can see down through the plane, to the right, to the left, to the back. It's insane.
That's awesome.
It's like
I have my aviation. I went to aviation school before I went to grad school, so I love love airplanes.
Yeah, my dad does, single engine piloting. He
Oh,
does it
cool.
as a
Yeah.
hobby.
Yeah,
He wanted
I
me to
did.
become a
I
pilot,
didn't
but
go
I'm
any
like,
further, but I do have my VFR. I did all of my like RFR and commercial stuff. I didn't do my check rides because after September 11th happened, there was really no point in doing it professionally anymore. So yeah, but no, that's awesome. There's nothing like it. There really isn't.
And
yeah,
real
go ahead.
quick, I'm sorry. I just want to say, anybody, if I see everybody in the chat, if anybody out there, you might be lurking, if you're not already subscribed, consider going to hit that subscribe button, notification bell, because we will be doing things like this often. And also check us out over at Spaced Out Radio after hours. Me and Coley get it going on over there. So make
Oh
sure you guys
yeah.
check us out on both spots. Appreciate it. Go ahead.
Who?
There you
Ah,
go. You're right. Yeah, you're right. It was about $500,000 actually for the helmets. I said 250,000 because that's what the work order said.
Wow. Unbelievable.
But yeah, well, I guess once they give them away, but they're custom fitted to the pilot. Like no one else can wear them.
you know what I always remember about Boeing
Go ahead.
is when some politician or something went on about how Boeing was spending $800 for a hammer, right? And
Yeah.
this politician showed a 16-ounce, like, your standard 16-ounce hammer or whatever you get at the hardware store, not realizing this $800 hammer was like this fancy hydraulic hammer that had to reach in this like next to impossible spot to reach to drive in a rivet. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So, and yeah, so it was funny how, when somebody hears that you spent $800 on a hammer and they just think it's your standard hammer, not realizing it's a specialized hydraulic hammer that, since hydraulic pulses to drive whatever they're driving with it. I used to love when Boeing Surplus was around. You get spare parts, random junk,
Yeah.
because they
A lot
had
of
like
us
all the cool stuff.
I never worked for Boeing themselves, but I've worked for companies that supply Boeing demands as far as when it comes to paint.
I was just around people that worked there.
Yeah.
Actually,
my
one of
friend
my
works there. He's a mechanic right now there, but he's out in Moses Lake right now doing a contract job for them. Because I don't know if you guys remember, but they stopped the 747s, or the big ones, the ones that like were falling out of the sky. That they had two of them.
triple sevens,
They just threw them.
the triple sevens.
Yeah, they just threw them over there in Moses Lake and just like stopped using them, and they stopped production for a while. And so he ended up having a leave, but now they're working back on them. So he's over there doing mechanical work and assembly. That was bizarre because I go, oh, well, if you want to pay, I don't want to offend anyone, but like, if you want to pay people who don't know anything about the aerospace industry and fire all your senior developers of like, your IT techs or anything like that, and then give subcontracts to like people in India who just work on computers, don't understand anything about aviation,
Right.
What do you think is going to happen? The things are going to start falling out of the sky. It's not a
Right.
It's not a computer. It's an aviation is different.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So thing happened because I remember my girlfriend's like, "Oh my god!" It's like, "Are you going to lose your job?" And I'm like, "This has nothing to do with me, man. If a plane falls out of the sky, it's not because of the paint."
Right.
Not something
Well,
you
you
did.
never know these days,
Yeah, I was like, "That's something they did."
They'll
And
blame
it's
anything on everything.
like,
It was
You
the
know?
paint that brought the plane down.
I mean, it still gets looked at because you sign your name on everything. So, yeah, I've seen.
They know
I mean,
you did it.
crazy down to every rivet. Like, I
Yeah,
mean, when
down to
airplane
everything.
mechanics.
Oh, that reminds me of that Futurama episode where Bender found out he didn't have a backup system, and he went looking for Inspector 5, only to realize it was Hermes. Or he didn't find out it was Hermes. Hermes realized it was him and destroyed the file, so Bender couldn't find out it was him. I forgot to put a backup memory system in him or whatever it was. It was funny.
I just started, I'm so late on the Futurama game. I just started watching it.
I haven't watched that much of it. This is like one of those. If I'm really bored, I don't know. I can't. I don't know. I don't like watching TV much, but
Same.
some of the cartoons.
I watch garbage TV, man. I watch whatever my girlfriend watches. I'm more of a movie guy, you know. But other than that, like I watch like dumb stuff with my girlfriend online.
Well, when I was younger, I watched everything on TV because the sixth grade cable guy, huh?
Well, that's the only way we could watch it back then.
Well, in the sixth grade, I descrambled the cable box, and the cable guy found out. My mom was quick to sell me out to the cable guy, and the cable guy was quick to let me know that you can get like 5 to 10 years in federal prison for descrambling the cable box. But I can tell you why they were making those on that one scrambled channel. Oh my! Oh my!
Take
And then, the ninth grade, I was living in South Dakota, and I had like one of the. You remember when the satellite dishes were like 15 feet across, you know? And we were real fancy. We had one of those little push buttons in the house, so you could like push the button, and the satellite would sit out in the pasture and like move across the sky, you know, to other transmitters up in the sky. And yeah, that was pretty cool. I remember I used to watch a lot of NASA TV from there. And
I was more glued to the Weather Channel. When I was a kid, I was growing up, and Jim Cantori from the Weather Channel was like my favorite meteorologist, and he would just go out to like hurricanes and do all these specials to tornadoes.
That's awesome.
I was so fascinated after watching Twister that I wanted to become a meteorologist because I didn't understand weather, but then I started wanting to learn more about it, and it was the funniest thing because I'm terrified of all the weather. Like whenever I lived in Florida for I think a year and a half, and we had a storm blew in, and it was like almost every single day, and I would just hide in my closet when lightning would strike because I hated it. I was such a chicken. But no, that's just what it reminds me of, because yeah, the I used to work for Comcast, Xfinity now.
I hate them, but whatever.
Yeah, I used to work for them, and so when you're saying that story, it was making me laugh because I remember just going to people's houses, installing their internet and cable, and they would be like, "Hey man, can you hook me up with like some free HBO?" And I would go like, "What year do you think this is?"
You know what's funny? You know what's funny is I still remember the key number to the master lock from 1980 something. P217 was the key code on that master lock for every cable box in Colorado Springs. It'd be funny if P217 is still the key number for every cable box in Colorado Springs, Colorado.
All right, we need somebody from Colorado Springs to go test
to verify this information. Go out and I kid you not. I don't know. I don't remember who gave me that key, but once I found out what that key was for, I had the longest chain of padlocks you ever seen.
Jesus.
And I couldn't tell you how many people probably had cable TV because I just started screwing in cables, inside the box, and. But I was just a kid. I didn't know what I was doing,
I remember
It wasn't until the cable man was like, "You get a lot of trouble for doing that."
I know.
Yeah. I will have to share something that I did, and I did this because I also didn't like working for Xfinity. They were kind of some bad people, but I had the opportunity to install the cable to my neighbors and their internet. So I set the password to what I knew. So when I went home, I would just hack their internet
and use their internet connection.
How do we have free internet? And I was like, yeah, because I set their passwords up. Like I knew how to go on the Wi-Fi.
Oh yeah.
Like they were
It used
all
to be
around us.
so
It was
much
the same password
easier.
for everyone.
So much
The
easier.
same password for everyone that I installed around where I lived.
Oh my
So,
goodness.
and they're people. They were like older people where
You
they're not
you
gonna.
remind me of some car installers I know.
The what?
Stereo installers I used to know.
Uh,
Oh my goodness. They install a car stereo in some person's car that got this high dollar stereo, right?
yeah.
And the car owner didn't know that their alarm brain could store the combinations to four keys, wireless keys. So the customer gets their two keys, and the installer has a third key that's programmed to their alarm. They know where they live because they read the registration in the glove box. And a week or two after they installed all these thousands of dollars in equipment, they go and install it all. And I'm like, wow, you guys are terrible.
Oh, that happened a lot in Fresno, California. I remember.
So just so you people know, if you ever take your car into the shop, you might want to remove important things like, where you live and stuff like that.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. That's
You know.
brilliant stuff here.
Yeah. Yeah. I wasn't always a
I feel
good
like
guy.
I'm gonna have to rewatch this and take notes. I mean, literally.
Right? Oh my goodness.
You guys are so funny.
Yeah, that movie
you guys
got
are
a whole new. I feel like, yeah, this is great.
You guys are great. No, thank you for doing this. I appreciate you and Rob Gee.
Yeah, he invited me over.
I know
was
we just gotta get Derek and Love in here, and Maggie maybe, and maybe Deadfish. Deadfish says he's got something. I don't know if that's a him or her, but they got something to say. And
love.
Yeah, so it's funny that how do you say your name, man? I'm sorry. Like you're gonna have
Magneticus.
Magneticus. That's right. Okay, yeah. I keep forgetting it. Magneticus.
Like magnets, like magnets attract.
Yeah.
Like magnets attract.
You. How long have you did you grow up here in Washington?
No. I didn't come to Washington until the first time until 91, 92.
Oh, so you've been here before me?
Well, maybe.
I was born in 1990. That's why.
I came back to Washington the last time in 2005. Okay. So, but I've been in Illinois, Tennessee, Texas, South Dakota, Colorado. I don't remember where else. I went to 5 different high schools. I went to 1 middle school, and I can't remember all the elementary schools I went to.
Oh my God, that sounds like mine.
I only went to 1 year of middle school because I was failing everything, and then they tested me, and then they were like, this kid's smart enough to be in college, but we don't think he'll adjust socially. And so I got to go hang out in Hicksville, South Dakota, where the bullies were like 3 times my size, and
they're built like buffaloes.
What's that?
They're built like buffaloes.
Oh yeah. But you know what the funny thing was? The funny thing is I'm just like this little kid, right? I'm this little kid, and it would take 4 of them. 4 of them. They tried to stick me in the gas dryer in the locker room, and they couldn't get the 4 of them couldn't get me in it. 4 of them. They were not getting in. And I was just like, so I always called them the Nazis because I felt like they were trying to stick me in the gas chamber, And so one day I just finally had enough, and I got dressed like really quick after gym class, and I went over to the ringleader, and I just walked up to him, and I kicked him once in between the legs with my boots, and he just went right to the floor, and then I just walked out. And then my art teacher, I drew a picture of my boot, and she put it out on display in the hallway, so the bully could look at it every day. Because anybody that was in that locker room heard me kick him. I kicked him so hard, everybody in the locker room heard contact. They're just like, bam!
Yeah.
And he just went down, and he never messed with me after that. He never gave me any trouble. The only thing that happened after that was the football coach came up to me and said, "Do you want to try out for football?" And then the wrestling coach was like, "Do you want to try out for wrestling?" And I'm like, no. The football coach, I was like, what do you plan on doing? Just giving me the ball and seeing how fast I can run with it? And he was like, yeah. And I'm like, no. And then the wrestling coach, I was like, no, I'm more of a street fighter, and I'd probably kill somebody. And
Yeah, I got in too many. I got in too many fights when I was a kid too, and growing up, and then
I just think it's our generation.
yeah, I was just so I was so protective.
Kids now
of my
don't get
friends.
it. Yeah.
I was
these,
so protective of my
days,
friends.
these days, you can't even touch somebody. You'd be
No, not
getting
at
in.
all. Not at all.
Even
You
if
can't
they
even,
hit
say anything.
back, you'll get in trouble. So,
Yeah, you say
Exactly.
anything to them, it's like, oh, I'm gonna tell on you.
all right.
You would not
So-
believe some of the conversation. I don't even want to go there, but you would not believe some of the conversations I've had with the school over the last 3 years. They've been rather interesting, to say the least.
They're looking more like prisons. Schools look like.
Yeah, it's
got
horrible.
I got into a fight in school, and they pulled me into the principal's office, right? And I knew I wasn't going to get in trouble. And so they're like, do you want me to call your mom, or do you want to call her and tell her what you did? And I said, you can call her. So they call her on the phone, and she's on the phone, and she's like, okay, well, let me talk to my son. And I was, obviously I was speaking Spanish to her, and she's like, what happened? I was like, this dude was picking on my friend and me, and I said, I hit him. And she's like, okay, so why are they calling me? I was like, I don't know. I was like, I guess because I'm in trouble. And she's like, so what do you have to do? And I go, nothing. So I gave the phone back to the principal, and he was like smirky, and he goes, haha, and then my mom's like, okay, so what's going to happen? He's like, well, your son has to come to Saturday school. And she's like, okay. And then she hung up the phone, and he's like, you're not in trouble? And I'm like, nope.
That's like me.
And my mom was like only mad because she had to take me to school on a Saturday.
Right?
She didn't care about the fight.
I said they're too hard on these kids. Can't be kids anymore. It drives me insane. I go in there like a gangbuster.
No, you really can't. I mean, if I was defending I never started fights. If I was defending my friend, and this guy was a bully. Like, he was a bully through our school years, and like when he tried to do that to us, I said, no, you're not gonna do that to us. And then I get in trouble. The kid goes home, but I get in trouble. But it was just funny because my mom was like, I can't believe I have to drive you on my day off to school.
I got a call. My child's not like whatever, but he said that I got a call from the vice principal again. I was like, okay, I cannot stand this guy. What, Mr. Lauer? What's going on? Your son threw a pair of scissors at a kid in the classroom. I said, no, he didn't. Yeah, no, your son threw. I said, Brody, did you throw a pair of scissors at the kid in the classroom? He said, the kid in front of me keeps saying, you stink, and going, playing the song on his computer. So he took those little baby scissors, the ones like the
rounded point ones.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
And kind of flung them like they were there. So the school's calling me, and I'm like thinking, bro, like, that's not my child. He does not do that stuff. I'm telling you, he's not like me at all. There's scissors. I said, you want to tell me you're going to call me and tell me that he had a pair of kindergarten scissors that he went and literally he's like to the kid, stop it. It was what he had in his hand. Like, didn't throw it hard, didn't hurt anybody. And I said, you know what I would have done? And I won't use the language. I said, I would have gotten out of my chair and pounded the out of him. I said, that's how my generation would have handled it. And the teacher's like, what? I said, you heard me. They're like, who's this wacko lady? I don't care. It's like, don't call me telling me he's got some scissors sounding like he's throwing machetes across the classroom. Like,
right.
Yeah. And then they tried putting him in this is the best one. A cardboard box, okay? They tried putting him in a cardboard box. And I said, do you know what I would do to your cardboard? You ever put my son, I said, in a cardboard box like that again, we're going to have some big issues. I said, I'd take your little cardboard box and I'd shred that. I said, then I'd torch it in your garbage can and walk out your door. I said, no more kids in. What are you doing? Putting kids in, you know what I mean? Like, they're not like shipping them anywhere. Like
Yeah.
this is crazy. Absolutely
That's crazy.
crazy.
That is crazy. That is crazy. Yeah. So I want to ask. I know we're almost off topic. I don't want to get people off topic. It's
all good.
just funny.
Talk
Just to
about
hear
it.
the upbringings of people. It's great. Because we like you said, Nicole. We grew up different. Even I grew up different. From
Mhm.
it stopped from when I grew up. Then everyone started having kids, like all the people in my family, but they're different from how I am. A lot more different. And they're
Oh,
not
yeah.
so far away from my age, but I sometimes go and I'm like, oh, are we from the same family?
Yeah, I know. I
Yeah.
get that. I get that feeling. Believe me, I get that.
I'm like, are you sure we grew up the same way? And I'm like I grew up around your moms, my aunts, and like but they're a lot more different. And I go, but I'm not here to judge anyone.
I
Man,
said
these people can't handle
I'm the
being
expert.
paddled.
Yeah.
That's such a shame. I think every child should be paddled at least once. At least once.
Man.
I used to
That,
say,
that
Tell me
public
about it.
humiliation is so much fun. So
Yeah.
much fun.
Hold on.
My first time being paddled in the 5th grade. That was the first time I got paddled in school, 5th grade. And
Isn't that crazy? Yeah, they could do that. I know. I get hit
So-
14.
There's room
So-
for Long Island Bigfoot. You can come through if you want Long Island
you know what?
Bigfoot.
You know what I got paddled for? You know what I got paddled for? This is what I got paddled for.
You stuck your
The
tongue
teacher
out.
asked me where my homework was, and I said at home. Or I said homework. I said homework is laundry, dishes, vacuuming, and I can't remember what else, but that was homework. Schoolwork gets done at school. I don't do it at home, and that's what I got paddled for. So my teacher, she had a broken arm. Her left arm was broken from softball during the summertime. My teacher wasn't even there the first 6 weeks of school because of her broken arm. So she goes out of the hallway. She puts the paddle in her sling, goes out in the hallway, and I got paddled 3 times. I come back in the classroom, and I'm like, she hits like a girl with a broken arm. And I'm laughing, right? I just got hit 3 times with a paddle, and I'm sitting there laughing and talking about she got hits like a girl with a broken arm. And so the whole class is like laughing, right? Teacher comes back in, and 3 of the boys were like still laughing, and I was laughing. And the teacher's like, you, outside. And one of them was like, but he's still laughing. How come he's not going? And she was like, he already got his. And so she took all 3 of them out, and they got paddled. And they soon found out. They soon found out that it wasn't our teacher doing the paddling. And so I said, while they were outside doing the paddling, I told the rest of the class, I said, what did I say? I said, and because of an injury, substitute batter today will be Mrs. Kaufman, and she hits like a burly girly that doesn't like children. And I had the whole classroom laughing some more. But boy, as soon as that teacher came in, they were all quiet. They were all quiet because they didn't want to go outside.
They're brutal.
That's
I
funny.
used to get
Welcome,
coat
let's
closet
welcome
for
Black
talking.
Long Island
Crazy.
Bigfoot Mike in the house. He just stepped
Oh,
into
hey.
the chat. So welcome to the chat, Mike.
Hey,
Hey,
Mike.
Mike
You
Bothwell.
hear what we're talking about here? You see it's going down, man. It's going down on a late night.
That's all right. It's not late night for me.
Oh yeah,
It's
yeah.
I'm
Mr.
actually
Long Island.
yeah. Well, I'm in the Catskills. I'm going out with one of my team members. So we're going to Catskill Falls, and so I got to meet him at like 5:30 in the morning, and then sunrise is 7. So we're trying to hit everything early. So
Ah, okay,
So is it
okay.
just like
Going
a
to try
hike?
to catch something. That's what's up. Love it.
Oh, no,
yeah,
going
yeah,
on
Yeah, neat.
investigation.
Desiree,
dedication.
thanks for coming through. Appreciate
Yeah.
you, new subscriber.
I want to share something really quick because I don't know if Derek Galloway is still in the chat, but I know he's from Florida, and I remember when I moved to Florida, I was in the 5th grade, and I remember we went into Christmas break, and this kid that used to get bullied a lot. They separate. You know what's funny about Florida? They separated us from the gifted class to like the normal people. And the gifted class had all these smart students. They were all rich, you know, they had fancy clothing and everything. So they separated them from us, and they thought one of their students wasn't adequate enough to be there, so they sent them to us. And like we had beef as even as fifth graders. I mean, you're talking like, you know, 8, 9 year olds, 10-year-olds who have beef with each other,
Yeah.
like, you know, like they're Crips and Bloods. and
Mm-hmm.
and I remember
Oh,
when he
yeah.
got sent over to us, we were like, you're not one of us. But we welcomed him because, you know, we had to welcome him, and we had no choice. But he came right before Christmas break, and we all befriended him, and we were all cool with him. And then they were punking him and everything, and we were defending him. But then we went off to Christmas break, like I said, and then we came back, and he approaches me first after Christmas break, and he goes, "Can I tell you something?" And I go, "Yeah." He's like, just please believe me and don't question or make me feel like an idiot." And I'm like, yeah, for sure, man. Like, you can tell me anything. And he's like, all right, cool. And he goes, so I got a Razor scooter for my for Christmas, right? And I took it out for a ride. Yeah, I was so excited. And I see another kid that's near me with the Razor scooter, and the kid approaches me, and he goes, do you want to play? You know, I see you got one too, and for Christmas, and can we just hang around and like ride around together?" And so they started riding around, and then they came up to this area, and the kid went through this bush, right? And so he's like, "Where are you going?" And he said that the kid went through the bush, and he followed him, and then there was just commotion going on because across the bush was a street, and there was people gathered around, and there was a kid who just got ran over by a car. And so he didn't know what was going on, so the ambulance came and everything, and they walked over there, and him and his mom, because he went and got his mom, and he came over there, and he's like, "I was just playing with this kid," and it's like, "How did he just get hit?" And they're like, "That's impossible, like this happened like an hour ago." So he was telling me that he saw this kid, like a ghost of the kid still playing around, not knowing that he had just got hit.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
it shocked me to the core, where he just literally came up, and he was in tears when he was telling me. And I go, "Hey, dude, calm down, you know, like I believe you. I believe you." It's
Yeah.
just,
Well, that's like a lot of times, like in car wrecks, like
Mhm.
you'll see the person who died in the crash, like standing like with the people who
Yeah.
who are looking, who are the people who are like standing there, maybe waiting to be a witness to like the police tell them what happened, and like the person who just died in the accident will be standing there, like the spirit of them will be standing there with them, like being like, "What's going on?" Like, because they don't know that they died. You know what I mean? It was just
Exactly.
so sudden and so
Yeah.
random that
Yeah.
their energy is still lingering.
Yep. Yep. That's exactly what my girlfriend said to me, because I told her the story, and she started crying. And she goes, "The kid didn't believe he died, so he was over there still enjoying his Christmas gift."
Yeah.
You know? So it's just one of those stories. Like, and for him to come and tell me first, and like I said, we didn't accept him at first because he was from the gifted class, and but yeah, that was one of those things where I was kind of shocked. I go, "Whoa!" But I believed him because like I had already had my paranormal experiences, so I didn't want to be like, "Oh no, what you're telling is not true."
Hold them up a little higher. You can't see. Oh, there you go.
Oh, skates!
Man,
Some
Hey,
skates.
let
those
me
were
let,
the days.
let me ask you a question about those skates. Switching topics, I've been looking into getting a pair of roller skates because, like, I love them. I don't like rollerblades. Like, where do you get them? Like, because I don't want to like buy them online and then they don't fit right, and then I gotta, you know what I mean? Go through all sorts of hell to get it.
Either
But
that
is it?
does kind of the problem. I have probably 10 pairs of roller skates. I'm not gonna
Oh,
lie.
okay.
I-
You
my
you're
favorite
dedicated.
pairs are the Rydell. So I get a Rydell boot. I would definitely get bone wheels and bearings. Like I have like the jump plates and like the other stuff that's on here, the sunlights or whatever.
Yeah.
But you can really customize them any way you want. And I don't know how roller skating came up, but I saw somebody. I'm like, quads. I got mine right here. Like I carry these suckers everywhere I go.
Nice.
So yeah, no, but it's great. It's like great exercise, and it's
It is one of the best things in the world. You're right. Yeah.
I cannot skate with the four wheels like that. I'm inline skating, and I skateboarded, and I biked, or BMX if you want to call it. But that is impressive because I always like I can never do. Our school took us to a field trip to do roller skating ring, and I was literally just falling the whole time, and I'm like, this is not possible.
It depends. It depends how you come up and what you start with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when I was a kid, I remember rollerblades like being the new thing that came out.
Yep.
And like they didn't exist one day. Only roller skates did, which I knew how to use. And then rollerblades came out, and I was like, it looked like an alien to us. Whoa, what the hell is that thing? Like it just it was not for me. But I was like, oh, I'm gonna try it. They're cool looking, but I can't inline. Like like how you said you can inline. Like I'm not good with like snowboards, skateboards, surfboards, rollerblades, like anything where I have to be like that, where my like feet have to kind of be together. Like the roller skates seem to balance me out. You know what I mean? Spread me out more. So that's what
Nice.
I don't know the science, but that's my logic.
I can't. My girlfriend has tried to take me snowboarding because she loves snowboarding, but I ride goofy, but it's so uncomfortable because I like compared to like skateboarding, I can adjust myself properly if I need to, if I feel uncomfortable in certain areas. With snowboarding, you're binded, and I hate that feeling. I hate that feeling of feeling like locked and convinced.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
That's the reason why I can't snowboard. Because I suck at it. She's like, but you can skateboard, and I'm like, it's a different animal.
Yeah, one has wheels, the other doesn't.
That's so cool that you skate. That's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, dude, I love dangerous stuff though.
That's awesome.
Yeah, totally about dangerous stuff.
Yeah.
They actually just came out with skates where it's everything's electric now, right? E-bikes and all this stuff. They just came out with this one where I remember Heelys were one of my favorite things in the world.
Yeah.
But they just came out with something that's like it's an electric 4-wheeled Heely. It's like well, not really, but anyway, it's like roller skates, but you wrap them around your shoes, like with like heavy Velcro, I guess.
Yep.
And you just push a button and they go. I mean, they just start ripping you down the road. So like,
it reminds you of walking on those escalators, the flat escalators in the airport.
Yes,
that's exactly what it reminds you.
Yes,
yeah, getting on those and all.
Yes.
I used to watch people do that, and I go, "Why?"
Yeah, right.
I get the ones going up, but the ones going in the same direction you're heading, I'm like, this is weird.
No, that's an American thing all day. Like, I mean, like
I get it if you're carrying a backpack or a heavy bag, but I mean, they only go for like such a stretch. It's not like they're taking you to your destination.
Well, there's points like, I mean, at least in the Atlanta airport, there's like points where like, or like Dallas, there's such big airports that there are actually points where I bump into those like flat escalators, and I'm like, oh, thank God.
Denver,
I'm like, I'll take it.
You
can
fast.
A win's a win.
A win's a win. Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah, that's where you need the wheelies. The wheelies would really come in handy in the airport. Definitely.
I've never had the wheelies. I saw a lot of my friends have it, but and they would use them in school. But then the school banned them. Like you can have them, but you couldn't use them.
Right.
And I
You
go,
can use
what's the
them?
point? I
Oh,
was
like in school and things like that.
like that's what killed the wheelies. I think is school.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Heelys. Yeah, exactly. Yep.
It was school
And then
because you wanted to go
sure.
to school, new
We're
shoes.
just trying to get to class on time faster, and then they yell at you for that, you know?
Yeah. Oh man.
It's a lose-lose situation. Really.
Well,
I
yeah,
did not like going to school.
yeah. We used to learn how to walk with the wheels in, and like, and then like, you know, but you would sound like you were wearing heels, and like if you were a man, you know what I mean? It was like clack, 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 clack.
Yeah.
But and then if somebody said something, you kind of just hit it, right? You just ran and you just took like those 3 or 4 running steps and shoo.
Oh man.
Those were the good old days.
They were.
Now,
And somehow we all survived. We're all here and we all survived. I always tell my son,
We
it's
are
like,
all here, yeah, right.
but you know, his generation's a little bit different because he's raised by, I said, you're raised by a Generation Xer. I'm a proud Xer at that one. And so we do things a little bit different. His friends, it's so funny though. I love the dynamic because I said they're going to be our freedom fighters. I send them in and they know
There you go.
what it takes. They have to learn. They really do. So my kiddo, he's had a constant or a pocket constitution since he's been whatever, and he knows, you know. So it's good to have that feeling, even if you're a kid. Like everybody used to dismiss us, like, "Oh, you're just a kid. You have nothing. You know, you're just a kid." No, kids have their place, but we have to also teach them how to make these decisions. I mean, for God's sakes. But yeah, it's a different world. I would not have made it in the school system. There's no possible way. I'll say it time and time again. No way. Mm-mm.
The way that I am personally, you know, my personality, I would not make it in this world either. Like right now, if I went to school, they'd be kicking me out for all the things I say because I'm very outspoken and I'm very, very in your face. So I go, there's no way. I even tell my sister. My sister's really strong, surprisingly, because she's 13 years younger than me. And I go, you know, out of all the kids in our family, I said, like, after me, I said, you actually grew up pretty tough. And she goes, it's because you always kept doing wrestling moves on me when I was a kid.
You didn't know you were training me. Yeah. Stronger than you think.
Always practice
Brother.
wrestling moves on me.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah,
oh my goodness, I could not stop laughing when she told me. Like, I still remember.
Yeah, pulling some WWE.
But no, she's a very, very intelligent and very driven. And I go, man, most of it, no one has that. I said,
No,
is more driven than me.
It's sad because we're in such a transition right now. We're in the fourth
Right,
industrial revolution, and nobody really knows their place anymore. I mean, no one, and everyone I'm coming across, it's more and more. So this world's about to get very, very, very interesting in many ways. But I hopefully, you know, you can see it one way or the other. It's like I think we have the opportunity that they pretty well burnt it down. So we have the opportunity to take this and, you know, do what we want with it if we can figure out how to connect with one another.
Mhm.
But I mean, right now it's a I don't know.
It's a bit confusing.
It's a different world.
That's how I put it. I mean, like I was mentioning it earlier in the chat. I think I was talking to Lovey Love, and I go like, I just don't have hope for my cousin. Like, I really just say that. I go, I just can't. But no, yeah, I agree with a lot of the things you guys have said. And you know, again, I know I'm saying thank you a lot, but you guys are amazing. Like, I had so much fun.
Yeah, it's all good, man. You're amazing, man.
Like,
It's
Yeah.
you playing a part in this conversation. So really appreciate everybody joining in on that. I mean, truthfully, I love
Yeah,
it.
it's
Yeah.
like
Respect it.
I think you were saying earlier. I think what I've noticed, because the way that I got to you guys was I was in a dark place, man, last year, in a very dark place, and I didn't know what to do. I went and sought therapy, you know,
That's
and
what's up.
I literally was talking to a therapist almost every day because like I didn't. And she's like, "What do you like to do?" And I go, "What do you mean?" She's like, "Do you like to read?
Yeah.
To play
Yep.
music? What do you do?" It's like, "Well, I used to make music, but that got canceled out." But she's like, "But what are your interests?" And I go, "Well, I'm really into the paranormal, like UFOs, ghosts, all the hauntings, that atmosphere." And she says, "Why don't you find a group and to talk to?" And I'm like, in my head, when she said group, like person, like I don't think they exist.
Right.
And then
Wow.
no, she's like, "No, it doesn't even have to be socially like in person. It could be like a community online or something."
Hmm.
And I said, literally, I really said this lady's crazy.
You know
And
what? I'm just gonna stop you there because I'm in therapy too, and like when I was coming off like my hardcore addiction and everything, like I remember being asked that question, and I was so deep into addiction that I didn't know how to answer it because I didn't care about anything, and it had been so long since I knew who I was and and like I had nothing, like I had no answers. So I
yeah,
mean,
yeah,
but the fact that you followed up with that is really, it's really amazing. So
yeah, of
kudos to
course.
you. Hats off.
Yeah.
I have to
So
tell
the
you
way that
guys.
I landed here is what I was trying to say is because so out of nowhere, um I ended up there was like a live stream that was showing on I went on YouTube and there was a live stream and it happened to be Christina's live stream, Christina Gomez. And so I clicked on it, met some people on there. Then I went to Jimmy's show, and then Jimmy's show led me to SOR because people started like what I call like podcast jumping instead of bar hopping.
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody knows
So
that story.
I started seeing people that was getting along, going from one place to the other, and that's how I ended up on SOR. And SOR has treated me actually better than their side of the. So I've left them, and I've only been like here with you guys.
That's what's
Oh,
I
up.
love
really
it.
appreciate that.
Hey, that's
I was a
cool,
mental
man.
health therapist for 7 years, so I like I hopped out after, and it's good. I think that it definitely can help. But I specialized in children with severe trauma, complex
Mhm.
trauma, like disorders and things like that. So I'm taking a break and reinventing myself right now. I to go back in, you really have to in this environment too. Like, listening to problems hour after hour. I'm glad that they're giving you some solutions. I really am.
Well,
And
Or
leading
some
you to
yeah.
direction.
listen.
Not always is it always a solution, but some direction to
Yeah.
get to where you want to be. Because I know
Right.
I was deeply, deeply depressed. I mean, my cousin had just died in a car accident.
Oh,
My current girlfriend had left my house, and like we had any we're going on 11 years, but we took like a 9-month break during that time. And so we just recently reconnected, but all that was just dark. And to have that kind of weird, but you can open up to someone that's not going to judge you, because my family is
hmm
still judgmental. And to even think of someone who's Latin like me to be going through depression, to be going through anxiety and
hmm
all that stuff, having panic attacks, that is not, no, you can't speak about that, because the men here grew up differently. So they think if
hmm
you have a problem, suck it up. The
Right.
world is worse than what you're going through. that code.
Nobody understands that
No one
depression though
understands
until they go through
exactly.
it.
Exactly.
And the things that, and I didn't even like working as a mental health therapist, and I did suffer from depression going through, and I couldn't identify it in myself. And so I was like sitting on the opposite end of this, and I'm like, this is the worst feeling in the entire world. You feel like the whole world, I mean, the thoughts that you have, and then and the cognitive, to make it through that is such a, like, to hear your story, that's amazing, because
Yeah.
that is a dark place, and you literally crawl and claw your way out of it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's that takes work. That takes work and dedication. So good for you.
So
Definitely.
very, very interesting right now. I just want to point this out. This kind of gave me chills while you were saying that, because my therapist's name was Karen, and Derek Galloway just typed Karen in the live
I
chat.
saw
So
that.
you want to
Yeah.
know?
Karen
Yeah.
is a SpongeBob reference.
Right, but you
Karen-
also want to know my cousin who passed away in the car accident. Her name was Karen.
Aw.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But-
that's deep right
but
there.
on the
Yeah.
But on the internet, like what Lovey Love was, the Karen she was mentioning, refers
I know
to
what you mean.
SpongeBob SquarePants,
Yeah.
because if you watch SquareBob SquarePants, Plankton has a robotic wife named Karen.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Alexa, where's your logic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alexa, where's your logic?
Oh,
Anybody got Alexa on? Am I getting Alexa's attention anywhere in the audience? Alexa,
Not
where's your
here.
logic?
No Alexa here.
Alexa, where's your logic?
No Alexa here.
We're all like, yeah.
Well, no,
This
you
is a
can
bad
ask.
group to find Alexa in, probably.
Well, no, I'm just saying I love doing this. If anybody that has an Alexa, I sit there. This is the first question I always ask Alexa. I go, Alexa, where's your brain? And Alexa kindly responds, I don't have a brain. No kidding. And then she says something about her logic resides in the cloud or something about that. And then my next question is, Alexa, where's your logic? And then Alexa will tell you somewhere over in West Virginia or something like that. And then my next question is, Alexa, what is of strategic importance around where her logic is? And you'll find the NSA, the CIA, and a few other alphabet agencies, which is just kind of interesting. But, you know, you just got to ask Alexa the right questions. You know.
Yeah.
So,
I have a AI that I've been watching for like the last 5 years. I mean,
oh, you should have seen the AI I programmed in 2005. It would sit there and it'd use bits and pieces from other people's conversations, and it would respond. It started out as a 10 input output robot. So basically, if you said hello, it might say hi. If you said good day, it might say, yeah, it was. You know what I mean? Just simple. It just had 10, what you can trigger it by saying 10 different things, and it had 10 different things it would say. And I took it from there, and it went from having that to it basically like take the whole chat, and it could like figure out who was who, and it would go and grab the name from the chat. It would compare it to the list to see if it knows that person. If it didn't know the person, it adds them to the list, and then it goes back to seeing what they wrote, and then it will create a file that's, you know, a file folder that's with their name, and then it creates a file with their name, and in that file, it'll have a timestamp or have a date section, and then the timestamp with what they said. Every time they said something, timestamp what they said, timestamp what they said for whatever during that day. And then, you know, the next day it'd make a new section for the new day, whatever they said. And it was tracking something like 2,000 people in chat.
oh my gosh. Oh wow.
I had everything you said. Not just what you typed out, but like literally like what we're saying right now. It was like listening to the microphone too. And then I trained it to actually use the microphone and get on the microphone and use the speech to text stuff, or the text to speech, and it would feed text into that and then turn on the microphone and just spew it out on the microphone. And I had a few people in chat that would tell other people that I just had one of those what are those little vibrator things you put on your throat when you have that throat cancer or whatever.
Oh,
I'm
talking about.
so it makes you sound kind of mechanical, like I'm a robot.
Those voice,
yeah.
voice things.
So yeah, but so we were like always messing with people. So because people would like say, "Oh, that's just a robot," and I'd be like, "No, I'm not. I'm not a robot. I'm not a robot at all." And it would just mess with people because they couldn't tell if it was a robot or not, which it was a robot. But you had me sitting there typing in random things and getting on the microphone and saying things, and so it was like you couldn't tell if it was a robot or not. And,
That brings up a funny story. Like I said, I don't want to offend anyone, but I was just a kid. Okay, I was so ignorant as a kid that like when I heard one of those people speak through one of those voice boxes, you know what I said to my mom? Where do I get one of those? She's like, what?
The things kids
Right?
will say. That's
Yeah, I
the
know,
thing.
right?
Yeah, I swear to God, I used to embarrass my mom so much as a kid. So much as a kid. Like
I
I
did
was
with
telling
mine. too.
the chat earlier that anyone that walked around with a mustache, I used to just yell out that they were my uncle. Like in Spanish, like Theo is uncle. So I would be like, Theo! And my mom would be like, shut up, that's not your uncle.
you know what a fun one to do in a crowd is? Hey, Bob, and watch how many people look at you, especially women. I never knew there were so many women named Bob. You know what I mean? Just go in a crowd and say, "Hey, Bob," and see how many people look at you. Oh my goodness!
Steve. And then everyone, they would always look too, like Steve. They just turn their head.
Right? It's like,
Oh, it is true. It is true. I've done that before. And my friends are like, man, why are you embarrassing us? And I go, it's just having fun.
you know what my favorite one to do is? I'll set a dollar on the ground and then I'll sit back from a distance and see who picks up the dollar, and then I'll go follow them around for a while, and then ask them if they found a dollar on the floor. You know what I mean? If they say no, I know they're lying to me.
So messed up.
I'm not going to call them out on it, but I know they're lying to me. So
Last year I was supposed to go to the SOR event for
down in Vegas.
Yeah, I was going. Like I already had everything reserved, like the hotel and the tickets and everything, and I was supposed to meet everyone. And I remember, like, days I had it mapped out. I was gonna drive to Vegas, then drive to Fresno, then drive to where I used to live as a kid, because like I said, it was gonna be right around the 1 year anniversary of my cousin's death, and also my grandma was like, she wasn't doing so well, but then my mom got sick, my sister got sick, and I had to stick around and I had to cancel everything. But I was supposed to meet a lot of you guys if you guys had went.
Hopefully come this year.
Yeah, this time I'm really going. I don't think there's anything that's going to stop me. I even told Dave Scott, I was like, dude, we're going to go karaoke and we're going to eat tacos, I said.
Yeah, we're going to do
Bell.
it.
Not Taco Bell. I said real tacos.
Taco John's. I want Taco John's. I don't know what they put on those potatoes, but I like it. I don't know what seasoning they put on their potatoes, but I like it. That's the only thing I like there is the potatoes, but whatever.
Dave,
Potato lays with cheese for sure.
Dave and his Taco Bell fetish
John.
just kill me, man. I'm like,
that is
dude,
a funny
Taco
one.
I can't eat Taco Bell. Taco Bell is like yuck. No.
Wait till I get there. I'm gonna have some Taco Bell. I'm like, dude, I could take you to some. You want some tacos? I could take you to get some tacos.
Well, the first time I seen fish tacos advertised, I was like, I got the wrong idea. I thought fish tacos were something else. Oh my.
Oh, Mike.
That one you're getting later.
We gotta figure that out, Mike.
Maggie M10 said she'd probably karaoke if there was enough. I will break the ice. I'll be the first one to go on the dance floor, break the ice, and I'll be the first one to sing.
I'm with
I
you.
will, just to make everyone sure. Like karaoke's supposed to be so fun.
Yeah, yeah.
I get kicked out of karaoke because I can't remember the words and I say something else, and they're like, they're written on the screen. I'm like,
That's
yeah,
why-
but
that's
I
still the
still
fun
mess
part
up.
about it. I said, like, if you're too good at karaoke, then like just go do an open mic. Like, you're supposed to be bad, you know.
Some
It's supposed
people,
to be
some
fun.
well,
I
some karaoke DJs don't like people that get twisted tunes in their heads because they
I know. Yeah.
listen to too much Weird Al Weird Al Yankovic.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
Weird Al.
I remember we went out for a karaoke night, and this is a quick story. I went out with my friends, and the bar was packed. But I went over there and I requested a song, but I didn't think we were gonna get to it. And so the song that I requested was "In the End" by Linkin Park, right? And it was just after Chester Bennington died, the lead singer. And when we got called up, like obviously I was gonna sing Chester's part and my friend was gonna rap Mike Shinoda's part. And so when we got up there, like you see, it's like 500 people in the bar, and I'm like, whoa, like that is a lot of people. But what I did is I grabbed the mic and I said, like, if you know the words to the song, sing it with us, right? And the moment it started, like everyone started singing the song back to us. It was like we weren't even singing the song; like they started singing. It hit that part. I don't know if you guys know the song, but there's a part in that song where it goes. It slows down and it's just like the bridge part where it goes, I put my trust in you, pushed as far as I can. And then it hits really that moment where 500 people are just shouting
Yeah.
it back to you. Holy cow.
Yeah.
And
you want to know a fun one to do on stage?
whew,
I hear you carrying a note over there, man. You trying to be coy about
I'm
that.
not
I hear
trying to
you, dude.
You
But-
want to know a really fun one to do on stage? Is
Sure.
get everybody to get out their flash camera, and you have them turn off the lights, and you go 3, 2, 1, and everybody hits their flash at the same time. That is a trip.
yeah.
Ah, that's a good one.
I don't know if you've ever seen that one happen in the dark, but that is a trip when you have like thousands of people and everybody hits that flash at the same time.
I'm gonna pull that one out next time, man. I'm a karaoke dude too. I'm gonna pull that trick out, man. That's gonna be
That's
awesome.
good. I did
Well, how are you gonna get the place to turn off the lights though? That's the thing. You have to get the place to turn off the lights so it's like completely dark, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you're ever like Lincoln Park or something like that, where you got control of the stadium lights, you can do something like that. But yeah,
we went from there. They like some girls that were because the college was one of the colleges there was right next to the karaoke bar, and they literally started buying us free shots after we did that. And we ended up leaving and going to go get pizza, and that pizza parlor was hosting another karaoke. And I met up. I had never seen these kids since I moved from Washington to Florida, and it had been probably 10 years since I've seen these people that I played soccer with. And I ran into them and I was like, holy cow. I was like, and they're like, oh my God. I was like, we haven't seen you since you left. And I literally, they were hosting karaoke there too, that I made them get up. And I'm like, are you guys down for something? And he goes, anything. And I go, if I buy you a round of shots, I said, would you be down to sing Backstreet Boys? I Want It That Way. And they were like, no way. I was like, yeah, if we can get 4 or at least 5 people, and I got all 5 of them with me to sing My Way in front of like a crowd of like 17 people.
Yo.
It was like,
That's
we were like
huge.
taking turns just like going through the mic.
That's huge.
Yeah,
Yeah, my
because they
girl
only had
was
2,
just.
so we were like rotating the mics.
Yeah, I enjoy that, man. I'll sing whatever. If I know the words, man, I'm all good. I'm all in too. I don't care.
Like I said, I try to make it fun.
Yeah,
Sometimes embarrassing, but it's all good. I like to pick songs I can't sing.
that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah,
That's the
like
whole fun of it. Yeah.
that's the fun of it.
Here, watch
Challenge
this one.
yourself.
Here, I'm gonna play 5 notes. I want somebody to guess that tune. All right.
Okay.
Dum 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 dum.
The Ghostbusters?
The McDonald's song or something.
Ha! Rob got it.
McDonald's?
I'm like, I know that's the McDonald's song. Hold on.
Oh yeah, it is. Dun, 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 dun. I'm loving it. Yeah,
That's in LP, man. That's in LP. You just gotta like send those 5 notes. I can name it in 2 notes, Chuck. You remember that? Name that tune or whatever it was, and they only play like a couple notes. It was like who could guess the song with like I don't know how those people did with 2 notes.
Yeah, I'm impressed by some people that can do that because I play guitar and I try to sing and I make music, but like people who can guess songs like in 2 notes, like that's impressive. Like really impressive.
Oh, really? Mike Wattwell says Big Shit's Justin Timberlake wrote that song. Really? I didn't know that. Nice.
Oh, the McDonald's jingle?
Yeah, I'm guessing that's what he's saying. And
Really?
I didn't know that.
All I know is all I gotta say is dumb, 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 and people get it. So
You know what I didn't know? One of my favorite songs to this day that I still bump. Yeah, I said bump in my car is still DRE from Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg.
Yeah.
I didn't know that Jay-Z wrote all the lyrics to that song.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I was like, what?
The full song, yeah.
He wrote the whole song. He goes, they were talking about it, and Dre said, like, oh, yeah, he just came into the studio, heard it, and then he was just like, he already had it.
Yeah, if you listen to it, you can tell that's his flow.
That's exactly. So. And then when I heard it, I go, holy cow. I said, you can hear Jay-Z in there.
So you do music, Area 51?
Yeah, I do. I did.
You still do. Yeah. You still, what do you do? What were you doing?
I'd say my style is more like Foo Fighters, Queens of the Stone Age, Arctic Monkeys area.
So are you playing? Do you play?
Yeah, I play guitar.
Oh, nice.
I play bass. I can play drums. I can play piano. I'm very well versed. I'm one-man band.
Oh, dude, I'm gonna have to get some licks from you, man. I just picked up a guitar, and I have a studio here in my studio. I have an actual recording studio in here too, man. So I'm in here all the time. I was
excited because me and Drake have the same birthday. And he just released his album, so I've been like just dissecting it. He's probably one of my favorite artists, even though
you're in Washington, right?
Yeah.
What city?
Seattle.
Walla Walla, Washington.
No,
so do you know
Walla Walla, Washington?
You know the Pantages Theater out there?
Not familiar with it.
It's a real nice theater. It's in Tacoma, though, actually.
Oh yeah, I grew up in Lakewood and Tacoma. But no, they changed all the names over there. They get changed.
Okay, so it could be, but it was like the real nice big theater that they used to have. We used to perform out there all the time, man, way back in the day. Yeah. So nice. That's the reason I used to be up there is because we used to go up there to perform. That's how I found out that Oregon won't let you pump your gas. So we were on a road trip going up there, and that's how we found out.
That's funny.
Right.
That was crazy.
That killed me today, man. Other than the depths
I found out.
Like that was the funniest. The other funniest thing was like, dude, the pumping the gas thing is hilarious.
That was it.
I did that. I was kind of shocked because I think the first time, because my mom was single when I was like born, right? And then when she moved here to Washington, she met my stepdad. And he had never been to Oregon or California, but all my family was in California. So then when I got brought over to Washington to live with them, we drove back to to so that he could meet my family. And literally the first pit stop that we made in Oregon, he tries to get out and pump gas, and they're like, no. It's like, what's going on?
Yeah, I'm not sure what that town is when you're coming from California. That first town you hit in Oregon.
I don't know, but you leave weed. Weed is the last town you leave in California.
Yeah,
On
and then
I-5.
yeah, on
Yep.
5 exactly. And the
Yeah,
moment you
I-5.
cross the border to Oregon, there's a little city, little town right there,
Right.
and that's where we stopped.
I just remember we stopped on, well, the first time my experience figuring out you can't pump your own gas in Oregon, I was playing Smokey and the Bandit because my friend was traveling from Seattle to Oklahoma, and he told me how much he was paying for a one-way ticket on a Greyhound, and I'm like, dude, I could drive there and back for that much money. And he was like, okay. So he took me up on my offer. He gave me the money. We drove all the way down to Oklahoma, and I drove to Oklahoma and back in 5 days.
Jeez,
From
Oklahoma
Seattle.
back?
Christ, what a
Ooh,
brutal
okay.
drive.
It's
Right?
Like 1,500 miles.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a brutal drive.
So on the way down to Oklahoma, I went through California, then cut through Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, Panhandle, and then to Oklahoma, right? Well, on the way back, I got to Kingsman, Arizona, and I was like, I've never been to Vegas. I wonder what's over there. So I went to Vegas, and in the middle of the night, I don't even know where I went. All I remember is there's little green men everywhere out there.
Yeah. If you
That's
ever get the chance, if you drive, because I used to take this drive all the time between Reno and Las Vegas, direct through the desert. Dude, it's. I mean, I'm talking about hundreds and hundreds of miles.
It's
of
better at night.
nothing.
It's better
Yeah,
at night
yeah,
because
exactly.
anything around is going to have lights around it. And that's what I'm saying
Exactly.
is those little green men and their little green buggies, all
Exactly.
over the place. You can see them, and you just don't want to take a wrong turn because you might be in somewhere you shouldn't be. But
Yeah, yeah.
that's part of the adventure, though. That's part of the adventure,
Well, look,
know.
this is how less traveled the road is. We were able to go, and middle of the day, we simply parked. Or we found this ghost town actually right on this road, and we were able to stop the car, leave it right there in the middle of the street, get out, go look at the ruins for like 10, 15 minutes, and then go back to the car. No cars came either direction the entire time. That's how desolate it is on those back roads between there.
Jesus.
Yeah,
Do
insane.
any of you remember when Montana was reasonable and prudent for the speed limit?
I think Jim Goodall may have said something like that. Where they used to let you go over 100 miles an hour or something like that?
Okay, well, I didn't understand reasonable and prudent either because I looked at my speedometer and I'm like looking and looking, and I couldn't find reasonable and prudent on there anywhere. So we stopped to get gas somewhere, and there was 2 Montana troopers sitting there, and I'm just like, "Excuse me, sir, how fast is reasonable and prudent?" And he pretty much said, "If there's nobody on that road with you, go as fast as you want. But if you see somebody else there, you better drop it down below 90." And I was like, "So if we pass him at 89, that's fine?" He's like, "Is it below 90? And I'm like, "Yeah. Have a nice day." I'm like, "Okay." So we set the cruise control to 109 because at 110 the rev limiter would kick on, and it dropped down to about 101 before the motor would come back on. So we just set it at 109, drove at 109 on the cruise control.
Yeah, if you listen on the SOR show that when I interviewed Jim Goodall, he talked about that, and he was talking about going somewhere way above that, like 100 and something crazy, man. And I'm like, that's
The
too fast
fastest
for
I
me.
ever did on 2 wheels was 145 to 150 miles an hour. I think it was on a Yamaha.
Oh, you're crazy, man. On a motorcycle.
Yeah, on a motorcycle.
Oh man, oh my god.
And then I realized I was running out of roadway, and for whatever reason, I stepped down on the back brake, went into a fishtail, and went through a barricade.
Yeah, no,
Still
no,
doing
no,
about
no.
30 miles an hour. And then
Yeah,
I
none
came
of that.
home. Came home and I took a shower and came out of the bathroom with no shirt on. And my stepfather was like, "I see you wrecked your brother's bike." And I was like, "How in the heck did he even know I wrecked my brother's bike? I didn't even tell him." And he's like, "Why don't you go back in the bathroom and look in the mirror?" And I went back in the bathroom, looked in the mirror. I had this bruise clear across my chest where I hit the wood on the barricade.
Dude,
Like the
Jeez.
perfect
look,
size of a board of a barricade right across my chest. Didn't hurt, but yeah, I guess I was all pumped up on adrenaline from that. So, but
dude.
yeah,
Dead Fish Cheese Spread said he was tripping balls, drove all night, Route 50, rappers jumping out everywhere. That's true. Loneliest highway in America. I've been on that one. He was listening to Led Zeppelin. He'll never forget it. And said he had just driven 10 hours, told his buddy it's his turn. Then he drove off the road within 10 minutes. Yeah, okay. That's how I can get on those back roads, man. If you're not ready for the task, you can fall asleep. Especially if there's nobody on the road, you will fall
Oh,
asleep.
100%, man. I've had that happen to me when I was working. This is how I lost my job at Comcast, Xfinity. I passed out driving home, and I was literally like a minute away from my house, and I drove off the the road, and like it's an isolated road, like you said, and I passed out, and right before I hit the pole, I was going 60. So if I hit the pole and coming out of that window and I'm dead, I was
Yeah.
able to wake up and then twist the the truck, and I rolled 10 times into someone's like front lawn.
In a Comcast vehicle?
Yeah, in a Comcast vehicle.
Whoa.
And I literally remember just being upside down and hearing like the noise and just getting out.
the
And
crunch,
yeah, oh man.
the crunch, the crunch.
Yep. I just remember getting out and I was like, I can't believe I'm still alive, man. I rolled 10 times.
Let me
And that is
go
just
ahead.
not fun. Oh no, I was just saying that's just not fun.
No, I want to get you guys' opinion on something real quick because I know you guys are all in this field, and I know you probably seen this before.
Sure.
And every time I've seen this, I've wondered what the hell is this? And maybe you can explain this, or maybe it's just exactly what I think it is. So, have you seen this?
Okay, what is that?
No idea.
Holy crap! Karen, what is that? What is that?
What in the world is that? Have you guys ever
Yeah,
seen
so
that?
I've seen something similar to that. I'm gonna try to find the video because I know I saw this the other day that looked similar to that, and but it was shot from a military plane that was passing by it, and it was doing the same thing that this thing was doing.
So,
So I'm gonna
shot from a
try to.
plane. So, like, what would it like? Something physical or some gas or what do
Well,
you?
it's about the size of my thumb for me, so it looked like. Was there like something coming out the back of it, or was it like a disc?
It appeared to be something that was together and then came apart. Like it's at one moment, it seemed like it was a solid, maybe disc pointing straight up out of the clouds, bottom half concealed, and then it kind of does this rotation where it starts to then start to come apart. Like it's, I don't know if you can see it. I'll play it again, but it's
I couldn't see
45
it very
seconds.
well.
Yeah,
I
let me
could
play it again. It's let me. I might be able to full screen it.
turn
It's
my.
it's very strange, and it's been out for like 3 years, 4 years, and nobody has debunked what this is. So
Okay, what is
I always
that?
wondered what the hell this was.
No idea.
Holy crap! that?
disc.
It's exactly what it looks like. Then it kind of breaks away like that.
I'm not gonna lie, it
The
kind of looks
hell?
like a flying whale.
Right, that's what somebody had said. They
Yeah,
resembled it to that.
yeah.
But what in the world is that?
That's,
Like,
It looks like a disc, though. To me, it looked like a disc.
yeah, exactly.
I
No,
mean,
yeah,
and to me, it looked like it was like rolling from like top to bottom or whatever, right? So it was like flipping. Yeah, like I don't know how to explain that.
I can't explain it.
yeah.
Either.
Is that real New York Post? Yeah,
All right,
I
there.
think
There's
because
a
it's easier to see a flying disc without any kind of propulsion, but this seems to have something
okay.
coming out of it, or at least leaving something out.
So if this is a little disc object coming out of the sky, it was like this and then going like that, right?
right. It was like rotating. It seemed like you couldn't see the bottom half, but you assume the bottom half is there. So you assume that the top looks like the bottom, and when it's spinning, and then it starts to like dematerialize almost. It's very strange,
See,
but no one
because
has
they were
been
like,
able to say
it
what
was
it
kind of
is.
like doing this number and stuff, and when they do that, kind of is like it's hard to tell. But
Yeah, there's a longer video of it out there. That's the one the Post did, but yeah, nobody's been able to say what it is. Now, since you guys didn't know what that was, I had this one, and I'm actually friends with this lady. This came out in 2019, and I'm under the full belief that this is the first visual proof of an extraterrestrial walking the planet. And I'm actually about to reach out to this lady because they talked about the Ring camera offering, where if you can capture an ET on camera. Now I believe that that's what this is. So you tell me if I'm wrong or not. Let me know.
Creepy video that freaked everyone out.
I'm honestly just kind of scared.
The creature was captured back in June on a motion sensor camera outside a home in La Junta, Colorado. Definitely not human, wrote one mystified observer. Lots of people
That's
think
not
it looked
human,
like
dude.
Dobby, the
It's not
beloved
human.
elf from the Harry Potter movies. Dobby.
it does.
It is not a human
Another
being,
theory?
though.
It's a skinny kid wearing underwear on his head.
It's not a
It's a little
kid.
creepy to be in the driveway after
And it's
watching this
not the
video.
kid.
We're here right now.
Vivian Gomez
Look.
owns the house where the video was shot.
They
And
went.
this
If
is
this was
Bobby,
fake,
her
they
9-year-old
went into
son.
great
He's
detail
about the
because
same
you can see
height
the
as the
shadow
creature in the
on the
video.
car.
So,
The shadow
could
that's
Bobby
walking
be
through the
Dobby?
light.
Bobby, was that you in the video?
When
You
you
can watch
Are
the
you
kid
sure?
when he does it.
I'm sure. Definitely.
when you look
He
when
has
you
an
do that
alibi,
side by
his
side,
mom.
make sure you
They
pay
say they were
attention to
inside the house watching
limbs,
TV when the creature
how
chicken
long
danced
the,
down the
the
driveway at
hands
9
are, how
p.m. at
long they
night.
hang down.
Still,
There's
I
no
was
way that
skeptical.
could be
You sure you
a
don't
human.
dance with underwear on your head down the
His
driveway at
hands
night?
hang way past his crotch.
Our number one suspect is pointing the finger at his friend
His body is not
Montana, the
proportioned that way.
proverbial girl next door.
She does it better.
No way it was
Let me
me,
take my
says
branding
Montana.
off so
Who do
I
you
want
think
to be
it
able to see
is?
the whole thing.
Bobby with underwear on his head.
You think it's Bobby?
There's only one way to settle this.
I have some underwear to put on your head. Shall we?
Sure.
You take
All
a
right,
look at this.
let's see it.
Here's Bobby doing the chicken dance on a night vision camera. And here, creature.
Right before that clip, you can see how long that hand is. Look at the legs on this thing.
The legs too. Yeah.
There is no way that this is that kid. Never could be, never was. This is, I'm telling you, this is
Let's get
most
some
likely
stills.
proof of
I think this
extraterrestrial
one is
walking
legit.
on the earth. Say again?
I think this is legit. I've seen this before, so I've always never questioned this video. I think
Never questioned it because it's like, where can you do it? If you take frames of this, there's right before this frame you're looking at, they show the hand hanging below the crouch. It's way down there.
yeah.
And there's no way that the proportions just don't line up with this little boy. And I'm like I said, I'm friends with the mother on social media, and I'm trying to actually get her to talk, especially now with the ring thing going on.
Yeah.
And you check her social media, and there's never been a debunk to this. They've never said,
No.
"Oh, it was this." Never,
Mm-hmm.
never. This. Let me go back, man. This is just people. I'm just always amazed by this, man, because this would actually be video proof of something walking on the planet, and everybody overlooks this. It's
Video
insane.
that freaked everyone out.
I'm
I believe
honestly
How
just
could
kind of
you
scared.
overlook
The
this?
creature was captured back in June on a motion sensor camera outside a home in La Junta, Colorado. Definitely not human, wrote one mystified observer. Lots of people think it looked like Dobby, the beloved elf from the Harry Potter movies.
Dobby is free.
Another theory? It's a skinny kid wearing underwear on his head.
It's a little creepy to be in the driveway after
That would have
watching
to
this
be a
video. We're
skeleton.
here right now.
Vivian Gomez owns the house
Very
where the video was
malnourished.
shot. And this is Bobby, her 9-year-old son. He's about the same height as the creature in the video. So, could
And the way
Bobby
it walks,
be
there's no
Dobby?
way.
Right,
Bobby,
look at how
was
the
that you
feet
in the
stick out in the
video?
opposite direction.
No,
Are you sure?
I'm sure. Definitely.
He has an
I
alibi,
wanna catch
his
it.
mom.
I wanna catch
They
it
say
in
they
a
were
frame.
inside the house watching TV when the creature chicken danced down the driveway at 9 p.m. at
Look how
night.
look how that hand
Still,
flops under
I
his
was skeptical.
crotch like
You
that.
sure you don't dance with underwear on your head down the driveway at night?
I'm sure.
Our number one suspect is pointing the finger at his friend Montana, the proverbial girl next door.
She does it better.
No
She
way
does
it was
do
me,
better.
says Montana.
Who do you think it is?
Bobby with underwear on his head.
You think it's Bobby?
There's only one way to settle this.
I have some underwear to put on your head. Shall we?
Sure.
All right, let's see it.
Here's Bobby doing the chicken dance on a night vision camera. And here he is, side by side with the creature.
But
Ooh,
the thing that
right
gets
there,
me
you
is
missed it.
look at the legs between the ankles and the knee, and then the knee to the hip.
Yeah,
It's in the
exactly.
wrong proportions.
Exactly.
They're
And his
too long
uniform.
from it's too long from the knee to the ankle compared to the knee to the hip.
No, and it's not CGI. Love. They actually had a lot of people trying to debunk this when it came out. Everyone who looked at it, even the debunkers who tried to debunk it, they all admitted that this was an actual thing on the camera. The conclusion they came to was that this was the kid with underwear on his head. As you can clearly see, this thing is uniform, one color from head to toe, for one. There is no variation in the color. You see the reflection, and you can see the contrast of the car in both.
Yeah, but spandex could do that.
Yeah. So here and right. So this kid.
But
would
I
have
mean,
to
if he
have
had somehow had stilts on his feet, then that would cause the longer knee to the ankle. But
So the mug.
I don't see any room for feet to sit on stilts anywhere there. That's my
Right.
problem.
And
That's my
so-
problem. Is
And the mother would know if this guy had a full bodysuit. You know, if he was 9 years old.
Right.
She would know if he owned anything in that realm. And I brought this up because what it does remind me of, and characteristically with the body, kind of, sort of. But if you remember the Hopkinsville case, where the ET landed in the woods and they all came out the woods with their arms up and ran towards the house. They were all on the roof. They had the big floppy ears. These are the Hopkinsville is like one of the only extraterrestrials that had the floppy ear characteristic, which is what this thing has here. When those hands swing below the crotch, they almost look like they're in like a claw sort of formation. What this was, people said, no, the kid was coming out of the house. You see the screen door closed.
Yep.
No, I think what you're actually looking at is you're looking at this thing trying to get in the house originally, and the door was locked, and then now it's walking back down the driveway. I think that's what you actually are ending up seeing with that. So
The other thing that I want to point out with this video, I mean, if someone's just going to make a hoax, they don't go to the great length of like making detailed things happen. So you can see the reflection on the car. You can see the reflection coming off, even in the shadow, and it goes throughout. It follows it. No one would be going into that much detail if they're like, "Oh, I'm just gonna look to make fun of people," you know?
Exactly. So when you look at this is the kind of stuff that makes me upset, right? Because you go to Arrow, you talk about Arrow, you talk about NASA, and everybody wants proof. But then when you point to something like this where it's completely obvious that this isn't a human, they overlook this. They don't even want to look at this. And it's like everyone should be looking at this because it proves that whatever this is, walk down that driveway, physically walk down somebody's driveway in Colorado, and what is it? And where are there more? And you know what I mean? And that's really where this should be going. That's why I'm
Colorado
saying
was my first encounter.
That's where you had
Aurora,
your first encounter?
Colorado was my first encounter. That was the one where they were projecting images on the walls. Was in the second grade in Aurora, Colorado, second floor.
See?
And I couldn't figure out. And there was nothing outside my window to be standing on with a projector. And when I looked out the window, there was nothing there. So, you know, what was projecting images on the wall? You know,
Maggie M10 says, "What you say? Floppy ears or the ears, though, or loose skin, floppy skin could be either or." And then
oh, like
shoulder
a
blades
Ferengi.
are a bit off too. Yeah, the shoulder blades are off. From the
It
shoulder
looks
blade
like
to the
his
look,
shoulders
just the
are like
right.
back. You
Huh?
know,
Say
like
it again.
it looks like the shoulders are like hunched to the back, like
Exactly. Yep,
Yeah.
with the chest poked out, kind of. Yeah, exactly. And if you look from the shoulder blade to the tip of that hand on the right hand, that hand is extremely long. And then the legs. I pointed out the legs before too. The knee to the heel and then the knee to the thigh doesn't line up, dude. So you
Yeah,
can
the
pretty
wrong
much say,
proportion.
so why, that's the thing. And it's like, and that's the problem in ufology, because a lot of people in ufology have looked at this and then just dismissed it. It's like, are you looking for the truth? And it just blows my mind when how many times that people who want to find the truth in ufology look for the truth, and they will try to debunk this quickly and say, oh no, it was debunked years ago. No, it never was,
it
for
never was.
one.
Yeah, this was never debunked.
And if we're trying to gather evidence, as this is the fuck, ooh, almost cut. This is the freaking smoking gun, dude. This, and then you talk about the Ariel School story. So you have the Ariel School story where they
that
say
Ariel
the
School
craft
story is
landed, they got out the craft. Then you have a video here where it's obvious something is walking down the driveway. So those two things alone are enough evidence to say, dude, these things are here and they're actually walking around. So that is crazy to me.
I share the same enthusiasm as you and the frustration, because some of the stuff that comes out that gets more attention turns out to be like a hoax, or you know, them lying to us, or them trying to steer us in the wrong direction, you know, like a magician. But let me show you something. How do I show a clip? And let me see if any of you, I want to see what everyone thinks about this video. How do I
do you have you see the option to present at the bottom?
Yeah.
Click on that. And if it's a video on your computer, just select video file.
Okay. Oh, not that kind of video file. It's a YouTube video.
If it's in a browser, then you want to do share screen, and then select that browser page.
One second.
But that's the one video everyone should be showing everyone else. Like, debunk that. Please, debunk it. Please debunk it, because I don't think you can. I'll play it again for you, Mike Bothwell, just a minute.
Gotcha.
Juan has his page coming up here. All right, there you go.
William.
Tarbaca is near San Jose, the capital of Costa Rica. Just before 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Marvin Badia, a young carpenter, was working when he heard a strange buzzing that distracted him from his work. To his intense amazement, the young man saw that the source of the noise was about 100 meters away from him.
I was shaping this table here outside. It was very cloudy. I looked up and saw some sort of object. It was very bright. I looked at it carefully and took out my mobile phone. I saw that it was giving me time to film it, so I started to record. I called my colleague, who was working with a drill, but he didn't hear me. I called him again. I turned towards him, moving the phone, and when I turned back, the object had already gone.
The film that Marvin recorded shows a classic flying saucer hovering just a few meters from the ground.
It flips over.
His colleague, William Rivera, didn't hear Marvin shouting over the noise of the drill he was using. Thus, he missed the extraordinary spectacle.
William! William, William!
William Rivera assures us that Marvin was quite shaken.
No, he wouldn't calm down. He was still very, very worked up. You see, I believe that this was a UFO. I have no doubt it wasn't man-made. And why was it here? We don't know.
The movements that the craft makes and its appearance prove that it could not have been a conventional earthly vehicle. According to Marvin's description, the object was about as large as the wheel of a large tractor. It would have been large enough to hold a normal-sized person. Oscar Sierra, the ufologist from Costa Rica, explains his theory to the Teletica journalists.
It's not necessarily a driven object. It could be some sort of probe, like those that human beings sent to Titan not long ago, which was small, about 2 meters.
Yeah. The way it flips.
It's like the way that Bob Lazar described how the sports model moved.
Yeah.
How it turns on the side and goes.
Turns on the side and propels itself towards something. Yeah, like pulls itself towards something. Yeah, I can see that. I can see how that could be considered potentially something that's anomalous. I can go with that one. There's a lot of videos you see where you can debunk them off the back. I don't see that that's one that you could do.
This is filmed from a razor phone, so think about that. Like,
so was it Bobby?
This is for Mike Bothwell. Wanted to see this thing.
Oh yeah, go for it.
It's the creepy video that freaked everyone out.
I'm honestly just kind of scared.
The creature was captured back in June on a motion sensor camera outside a home in La Junta, Colorado. Definitely not human, wrote one mystified observer. Lots of people think it looked like Dobby, the beloved elf from the Harry Potter movies.
Dobby is free.
Another theory? It's a skinny kid wearing underwear on his head.
It's a little creepy to be in the driveway after watching this video. We're here right now.
Vivian Gomez owns the house where the video was shot. And this is Bobby, her 9-year-old son. He's about the same height as the creature in the video. So, could Bobby be Dobby?
Bobby, was that you in the video?
No.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. Definitely.
He has an alibi, his mom. They say they were inside the house watching TV when the creature chicken danced down the driveway at 9 p.m. at night. Still, I was skeptical.
You sure you don't dance with underwear on your head down the driveway at night?
I'm sure.
Our number one suspect is pointing the finger at his friend Montana, the proverbial girl next door.
She does it better.
No way it was me, says Montana.
Who do you think it is?
Bobby with underwear on his head.
You think it's Bobby?
There's only one way to settle this.
I have some underwear to put on your head. Shall we?
Sure.
All right, let's see it.
Here's Bobby doing the chicken dance on a night vision camera. And here he is, side by side with the creature.
Oh, man. Look at that. That's the angle I wanted to get it at. Look how long that hand hangs, man. Lovey love.
But the hand is in the right place.
Look at the tip of it. The tip, it's too long.
Right, it doesn't have the width of a hand. It's like
just the length of it. You shouldn't be able to reach that low. Like your hand should not be able to hang that low when you're standing essentially almost straight up. I don't see it being possible. Like,
and look at the size of the hand compared to the foot. Look at the hand compared to the foot. Have you ever put your hand by your foot?
Right.
And they should be the same size, but they're not.
Look at how it walks down the driveway. The feet are like sticking opposite of each other.
Side by side
like a duck.
with the creature.
Look.
Walking like a duck.
Was it Bobby? Bobby, what do you say?
I am not the one in the video.
That is an alien, man. That is or a cryptid. I'll give it a cryptid or an alien. That's one of the two. And it's proof. It's actually proof. It's like you can't even position it any other way, but this is not a human. This is one of the above. Either alien, we didn't see it get out of ship, so we can't say that, or it's a cryptid of some sort, man, and it's proof. But you know the government has seen this. You know they have. They're totally aware of this. And it's just like that makes you think about when people say, we want this thing to land on the White House lawn and we want this or that. Like, this is essentially about the good proof as you're going to get next to that. So it's like, will we even ever, if that day happened, would we even accept that as proof? Like, we have enough right there, you know what I mean, to say that is actual proof that something is walking this planet that is not human or anything that we even understand. I don't know what else you can do, man. I don't know.
Art Keith was on the other night on SOR. That was Mike Bothwell.
Yeah, Art Keith was on there. And this thing went viral when it came out. This is the problem I have. This thing got, the lady who I'm in contact with, this thing got millions upon millions of views. This went viral in the moment. This is everywhere. Yeah. Everybody looked at this. Debunkers, you can go right now on YouTube and type in like Dobby ET debunk. You'll see 1,000 YouTubers and people who tried to debunk it. The only conclusion that they were able to come to, which is false, is that it's the kid. It's real, but it's a kid with underwear on his head. He came out of the house, and this is all a prank. This is the determination that they all agreed on and came to, but it's clearly not the kid. The mother knows it's not the kid. There's no way she does this interview and she has any inkling that this is her kid. I don't think she does it. She did like 3 interviews.
Well, like one said, if they faked it, they did a good job of it because they went to the trouble of not only matching the shadow on the ground in front of them, but you also see the reflection on the car.
Yeah,
and it goes all the way to the end of the car.
Yeah, you see it going with the car. So and it's like, and it's in the right place to be a reflection from the car of the angle of the camera to the car to the object.
See,
and then the lighting, you can see it on the back that the back's well lit. That's causing the shadow in front of it. So, and usually the Ring camera doesn't have the house light, so the house light is sitting at a different angle than the camera. Hence the reason the camera can see the shadow of the light. Because if it was just infrared, if it was just the infrared of the camera, you wouldn't see a shadow. I can tell you that right now.
By the way, Guy, since you said you know the person who shot the video, she has to have a longer version than the one that they're showing us on TV.
No, see what happened is it's a timed.
So
well, it only goes up for like a few seconds.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
exactly. Because that was the other thing they were doing. It was like, oh, the video just stopped. Oh, this was
Yeah,
edited. They had to
that's
do
one of the
that,
things that I just.
and she had to come back out and do another interview and say, no, actually, the camera stops recording after X amount of seconds. And that whole area across the street from her house is like a woodsy sort of area. If you look at this area from the sky through Google Maps, it's all rural stuff across the street. So houses on one side and then rural stuff across the street. So no telling where this thing was going, where it ended up going after it left, but
Right.
it clearly went to her door and attempted to open the door and then was unsuccessful and walked away from the door. So the
It's
only
kind of like
things that I've
an
heard,
ET, but a skinny version, tall, skinny version of ET. Because in ET, he was a little fat guy, and he was like just kind of wherever he could get in, like the shed. You know, originally in the shed, and then Elliot found him in the shed, and then let him in with Reese's Pieces. You know.
look up Hopkinsville ET. It essentially ends to me, because I looked at all the reported species of ETs over the years, and it's the only one that fits this description. It's the only one. So you hear the grays always come in different cases. People report grays in different scenarios. This one, the Hopkinsville, from what I understand and have researched and looked at, it has only been reported in that one instance. And in that instance, those ETs were observed approaching their house trying to get in. So the same thing that this thing was doing. They both had these big floppy ears, and he said something like they were shooting at these things, and when they would hit them, they kind of floated or flipped backwards and kind of disappeared or something like that. But if you ever look at the Hopkinsville ET, this is kind of what, I don't know. I think I can show it here. Yeah, this is one right here. I'm gonna show if you can see it. Let me see. This is let me it'll bring a big picture up. Okay. All right. So this is the closest thing that I saw that even matches this, and it is it this one? Yeah. So let me try to expand that. So these would be.
Oh.
This is the Hopkinsville ET case, and these are
Whoa.
the ones that approach the end. Is there resemblance to that thing? Please tell me it is.
100%.
It is. This is from the 50s. So this was another case where these things approached the house. They came out the woods, and they were looking through the window and sitting on the roof. They grabbed the guy's head. They were trying to go through the door. So you hear a lot of ETs that are able to pull people through walls, and these things in this case they were reported to be trying to go through doorways and physically, so they didn't have that ability. So this totally lines up with that ET, the one that we saw. And I've tied those two together, and I'm almost sure by the description of the people, the claws, the long hands, the long arms with the claws at the end, the big floppy ears, there's no other ET that has been reported that matches that description besides this.
Yeah.
And it totally lines up with that one. So I say put that one in your back pocket, because when people, because you see just like I see, you've observed the same thing. So this is, in my opinion, probably the only video I've ever seen that is proof that these things are walking around. Clear cut proof, no fuzzy anything. This is clear cut proof. And then tie it to this case, and then see what people think, man. Because if we took this sort of stuff to Congress, and along with the other BS they probably are showing them, and like, dude, this is official right here. This is something official. This should be looked at. So yeah, that's what that is, man.
They kind of remind me of Gremlins.
They do. They really do.
Except for
They
taller.
really, really do. Their uniform body, I think they were mentioned in this article, the original article. They were like silver or something, like from head to toe. They were one uniform color from head to toe. That's the same thing we see in the video. These things.
Because I always wondered about the Gremlins. the story of the Gremlins. I mean, not the movie The Gremlins. That came up after the
Oh, you
Tales
mean
of the Gremlins.
yeah.
Gremlins were like way back in like, I know they were like mentioned in like the 1950s, 60s Looney Tunes or something, you know. And I asked my wife one time, I said if she remembered the Looney Tunes cartoon where the gremlin was beaten on the bombshell with a hammer. Do you remember that one?
Did
Did
they
you ever
say
watch
that
that?
again?
There was a Looney Tunes cartoon with Bugs Bunny, and the
Mm-hmm.
gremlin was like banging on the bombshell with a hammer, but the bombshell wasn't going off. And I asked my wife if she knew why the bombshell wasn't going off. And she was like, no. I said, now every bomb goes off by impact. Some of them go off by altimeter. So, because they actually have to be at a certain height above the target when they go
Yeah.
when they detonate.
Yeah,
So if they're sitting on the ground and they haven't gone up high enough to,
Oh,
be armed,
yeah, they wouldn't be
they
triggered,
won't arm.
or armed.
Yeah, they can't be triggered because it's the altimeter that triggers the detonation. So
And
that
see,
was something. That
here,
was
look at,
something, huh?
no, go ahead, finish that thought.
Well, because what I was saying is in World War II, there was the balloons that were coming over from Japan, and they had this elaborate like timing system that on the first day they start to drop down, and the first altimeter would detonate some cord, and it'd drop a bunch of ballast from the balloon, and the balloon would go back up, and then it'd hover for the next day, and then the next day it'd start to come back down, and it'd trip the second altimeter, and it'd drop some more weight, and then on the third day it'd be over the United States, or should be over the United States, and it'd drop a bomb. And that's what started all sorts of fires along the West Coast.
Oh yeah,
And
that's a fact. Yeah.
so that's why I tell people, I'm like, you really need to take the weather balloons seriously. Don't just treat them like a joke. Because Japan has been known to send these balloons armed with bombs over the ocean. But of course, not everything is a weather balloon, and not everything is swamp gas. I mean, for
a weather balloon
for
is
years,
a weather balloon.
Swamp gas to me is nothing more than hydrogen gas.
Right.
That's swamp gas to me, or methane gas. Methane is a good swamp gas too. But
and those are just, we all know those are BS excuses.
But
I want to
then
point
there's
something
also,
out. Dead fish cheese spread, because I mentioned if you were to bet $1,000, you would bet that was fake, and then that the chicken dance is a red flag for you, and it was a red flag for other people too. But here's what I would say: how many kids today even know what the chicken dance is? The chicken dance is not something that kids are even doing in this day and time for this kid to even think of doing that. The chicken dance is from a very long time ago, so highly doubt that this kid is walking around doing the chicken dance. I've seen no children in this age range doing the chicken dance. Now, back when I was young, the chicken dance was a thing, right? And it's from the 70s, 80s. But that kid did not do the chicken dance. And so just because you can associate it with something that seems to be human doesn't mean that debunks it as, being an ET. Maybe the ET is something that the ET does. If the ET has two arms and has elbows, you can imagine that they could probably bend those arms into a formation that might look to you like wings. And if they were to move them, you may interpret that as a chicken dance because you're familiar with that. But it does not indicate that this would be a human being only because of that. So you have to think about that. And hey, Ruth Kleber, thanks for coming. But you have to think about that because that's how quickly people in ufology who believe and want to believe end up debunking these things over comments like that, just saying the chicken dance. So no, it can't be real. Did we just pointed out 15 other things that shows you why this thing isn't a human. So if the chicken dance is what hangs you up and holds you to the fact that this thing has to be a kid, it's just that you're doing the wrong thing. You're you're doing the wrong thing by approaching it that way. Obviously, be skeptical, but come on, man, come on, dead fish. Come on, that is clearly
dead fish admitted they might be wrong. They're like they bet their $1,000, but they're willing
Could be
to
wrong.
accept
Yeah,
they
yeah,
might be losing that $1,000. So
yeah. But see,
so
this is
that
the
means
thing.
that means that means there's a reasonable doubt in their mind right there. There's a doubt in their mind.
How can
They're seeing something that doesn't completely add up.
how can we ever get to the point to where we gather that evidence that we need to show everyone else that hey, this stuff is real? If you took these two things and to show this to just a regular person who was on the fence, wasn't sure if this stuff was real, didn't really know, and you kind of showed them this, they would have to be like, well, if they were open minded, they would have to be like, okay, maybe there is something walking around here. News outlets, if you were to take something like this to a news outlet, they should have covered it in this fashion. These ties should have been made. This case has been out since the 50s. So when that video came out, during the whole debunking process that they went through, this should have been something that came up, and I'm sure I'm not the first person to connect that dot. I can't be. So the thing is like, who's overlooking this, and why are they overlooking it? And we can't let them bury this one because this is a real one, right? It's like 90. You could say probably at least 90% that this is authentic. This ties into that, and we can't let them bury this one because this is one of the best cases that we have on video of something that is likely to be extraterrestrial or at least not human. So this needs to be on everybody's list, to the one that they show somebody to say, you people are like, oh, I need proof. Okay, well, look at this video, look how this ties into this, look how this doesn't line up, and this should be enough to get the conversation started. And
Right.
if I hadn't talked about it today, people forgot about this. Most people who saw it before had long forgot about this and buried it and everything, and are looking for other ways to get proof. Like, oh, no, it wasn't, let me find proof somewhere else. No, man, we already have stuff. And this is like one of those ones that everyone needs to hold.
Right.
And
But
I've done like a few videos on this, and that's why I say that. But go ahead.
so, oh no, I was gonna say, but it's also the way they approach the video that makes people skeptic. I think it's almost like a joking matter. It's almost like kiddish, and if they're not taking it seriously on the news, they're not gonna take it seriously in person. I mean,
Yeah.
just look at how they present the video. Oh, it's like really
Oh, just laugh it off.
Dobby.
Just
Yeah,
laugh
oh,
it
it's
off.
Dobby.
It's like, oh, it's Dobby. And so you start pointing out these little things,
Yeah.
then it starts making people less interested because they're like, oh, this is just for fun or something, you know?
It's
And-
just Dobby, so it's CGI. It's CGI. It's just CGI. Everything's CGI.
And the way that the news lady is like interviewing the family, it's like, was it you? Was it
Right,
you? Sure, it wasn't you. Like it just comes off as like a joke.
No, you're totally right, man. You
And
really
so
are.
that downplays the seriousness in what we're actually seeing. So I think that's the reason why a lot of people get away from being like, oh, this is real, because of the way they're presenting it. And the media has that tendency of doing that.
Yeah.
You
Its
know, for
gate
whatever
looks
reason.
exaggerated. No, you're right, Dead Fish Cheese Spread. His gate is definitely exaggerated. It's not walking like any human that I've ever seen. It just isn't. It just isn't. And Lovey Love is just like, it is not human, and it isn't. And that's the whole thing. That's why, like, every person in ufology, how Bob Lazar is looked at as the guy, the main list. Oh, Bob Lazar. Like, as far as cases go, Ariel School is like right up there at the top. Like,
Oh,
this
100%.
should be
It is.
right up there with the other stuff, like as the
100%.
proof that we need to provide, man. I wish if everybody had. That's why I want so many people to see this,
Yeah.
because everyone within ufology, just like we just sat here and looked through it, like, oh yeah, that actually makes sense, man. Look at that. That's crazy. So if we had everybody in ufology thinking the same thing on this topic, this would be presented in a lot of different cases, situations where people are asking for proof, and then this would get the conversation going. It's like,
Yeah, I agree
frustrating,
with you on that,
man.
too.
It's very
It is.
frustrating, man.
You know, like
You know what?
with the whole everyone asking for evidence, and then when you finally get it presented, they're still like, nope.
Right.
That's frustrating right there.
Maybe you know this one, Rob G, and maybe you don't, and maybe somebody in the audience knows this one. There was I want to say Dr. Reed in Washington State that tried to record this crafty scene, but it like really messed up the camera. But I can't remember the guy's first name. I just remember he was Dr. Reed, and they discredited him once he started talking about UFOs as a doctor. They just like kicked him to the curb and
I'll find
completely
it right
tried.
now, man. Let me look.
Okay. Because somebody mentioned him to me years ago because I showed him one of my videos I had to take down from YouTube because if little Johnny tried this at home and died, it'd be my fault. Couldn't be the parents of little Johnny that weren't paying attention to Johnny. But
is it Dr. Jonathan Reed?
That sounds right. Yeah. Yeah. So he took a video of a craft, and I took a video of a device I had sitting at my kitchen table. And because of what was going on in the video of the device at my kitchen table, that's why they told me to check out his video of something he's seen up in the woods that pretty much had the same effect on the camera, which was distorted the picture and caused all sorts of weird, funky artifacts in the video. It was crazy.
Yeah, I see it here. I'm gonna see if I can play it because YouTube.
Okay. Yeah.
Don't
want to get strikes.
Yeah, man. And then I can pause it, but let me see if it's even worth looking at. Because supposedly,
if it is, it's going to be like the video is going to be like really choppy and blurry, and this is literally what happens to the cameras. I try to tell people, I'm like, I cannot record these things because 10 feet away, it was causing my phone problems from the device. You know what I mean? 10 feet away from the device. And my uncle, the X-ray technician, he was just like, dude, you're producing a lot of X and gamma radiation. I'm like, is that what I was doing? And then I got sick because I was exposing myself to the device over 3 days. And I didn't think I was going to live through that one. That's when I went and bought my headstone. Believe it or not.
Dude, that's wild.
So when people talk about,
reminds you of the mummy, the Mexico mummy, sort of the way it looks. But let's see. He says he killed the ET, and it has the actual story to it here. So man claims he killed alien after it vaporized his dog. A video circulating.
Oh, that guy's from. Isn't his name Calvin?
His name is let's see. Reed became celebrity. Saying no, it's Dr. Jonathan Reed. I guess is the person who looked at it. I guess.
Oh, and then you mentioned that Carol Rosen.
Yeah, Carol Rosen.
What? Carol Rosen, because I remember she came up around that time too, around Jonathan Reed. And then it was Greer does the RV stuff, right? Dames, Edward Dames or something.
I don't know that.
Oh, was it Dames? Like Dames or something like that?
Rosin was the lady who worked at the contractor who worked with NASA. And said she saw those.
Okay, she had like big poofy curly hair, right?
No, she had blonde hair, straight hair.
Blonde hair. Okay, but it wasn't curly.
You know, there's a video of Jonathan Reed like examining the alien, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at, and I want to play it, but I just don't know if they're gonna try to.
Yeah, because
give you a strike for it.
Yeah, strike because of it.
He took pictures of the craft. He took pictures of the alien, and I made the joke the other day. I can't believe they asked him, but I don't know who they were talking to, but I know it was Dave Scott was live with someone, and I go, do all aliens wear turtlenecks?
Well, I hear they wear these bodysuits. I mean, you keep hearing that, you know what I mean, black bodysuits. So
yeah, and that's what it's wearing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I'm looking at it. It just. And it's lifeless, obviously, so that may be the reason why it doesn't seem real. Because even like a human body that's lifeless, doesn't seem real. and it could be a lot of that same effect. But I want to. Let me see whose page this is on, man. Let me see if it's. It might be. Let me see. Intelligent Hauntings from 12 years ago. We might be good. We might. I'm gonna try it, man. Whatever. I'll just delete the video, or edit the video if it happens. Let me.
The funny
Let me
story
do that.
about Jonathan Reed is that we were living in, before we went to, no, I think this is when in Florida. When we moved to Florida, my mom was still subscribed to, I don't know if you had moms that, or people who subscribed to magazines every month that they would just deliver it to you.
Right.
And she was just a big magazine buff. And one of the magazines that she got, she goes, "Hey, look, like what happened in Washington." And they had all these pictures of this Jonathan Reed guy. And it had all the pictures that you can find online from the alien and the spacecraft. And I remember, holy cow, I was like, we just left Washington and this is happening over there. And I remember when I first found all these podcasts, all of you guys, I was like, I'm trying to remember his name. Like, I know it was true. Like, I'm not going crazy. There was this guy who found a UFO, who found an alien. He took it back home. There was people who came in and like tried to take him. He had him in an ice, like a cooler, like an ice cooler, but those ones that sit sideways.
Yeah.
And
igloo. Yeah.
Yeah, and like one of those igloo things, and I couldn't find the dude's name, and for some reason, I finally found it because I guess Jimmy Church interviewed him, and I found the interview, and I was like, "That's the guy." And he goes into detail about talking about everything that happened to him during that period of time, and it all was cohesive to like
It was this same guy.
It was the same guy.
Yeah.
I was so blown away because I go, finally, I said, because I thought I was going crazy.
Well, it looks like quality only goes high as 480p.
Oh yeah, he wrapped him in one of those like foil
yeah,
like blankets. There it is.
That's what I'm looking at. Like,
that's it. Looked like a burrito.
So you let me know what you think about this. We'll look and see. It's like 8 minutes long. Hopefully 12 years old. They don't do nothing silly.
The one thing that he doesn't realize that I want people to pay attention to is the alien is still alive and you can see it blink. Like, he doesn't realize it.
Yeah, I thought I saw that too when I was flipping through it. Let me, I'm going to try to full screen this one.
Yeah, I've never seen this video before.
Yeah, it's examining the thing. So while that's going, I'll give people backdrop on this story. So a video circulating around YouTube supposedly shows a panicked man examining the body of the alien who he shot after it vaporized his dog with an energy weapon. Dr. Jonathan Reed, who made the video, claims his trouble getting in there as the alien came back to life, and then the government agent stole all his good video, leaving only the blurred one circulating on YouTube. But is this the encounter, which supposedly happened in Washington in 1996, really all it seems? While Reed became a celebrity on the UFO circuit and even published a book about his experience, many UFO fans are not convinced, saying that Dr. Jonathan Reed has refused to allow his evidence to be analyzed and that he may be using a false name. UFO Watchdog site says it has since been discovered that Dr. Jonathan Reed is actually in Seattle, so you might want to go check him out. Seattle, Washington resident named John Bradley Rutter. He has lived in Seattle, Washington the entire time he claimed to be on the run from the evil government agents. Isn't a doctor or a PhD, and has no college degrees. He's not even a doctor. This one may be fake, guys. I don't know.
I don't remember seeing this video. Tinfoil. That's not a thermal blanket.
The side profile did look kind of weird, though.
Looks like Roger Smith. Should have put it on a scale.
The head is so small in comparison to the body. Has that ever been anything like that been described?
Like a chicken neck.
Yeah, like a turkey neck. Like a big turtle, like a turtle head out of shell.
Yeah, it does kind of look like a turtle out of its head or shell. That where he shot it or whatever?
He didn't shoot it. He hit it with like
blunt force trauma.
With like a branch or something.
Like Smokey said, you got knocked up. Blank out.
Yeah.
I agree with Maggie. You got to say first impressions. The leg looks like stuffed tights or pantyhose. I agree.
I'm glad you brought this up because a lot of people
Yes, Maggie. I brought it up by typing in the guy's name. So Dr. Jonathan Reed, UFO is what I put. Jonathan Reed, UFO. And the article came up with the video in it. But like the article says, he's not even a doctor, come to find out. And there's too many hoaxes out there. Yeah. So, yeah. All right. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. See, the video I seen from him was of like a diamond shaped craft or something that was in the woods.
Yeah, it was
like a black diamond or something.
Yeah, it looks like you can find the photos online, and it's like this. It's hovering in the middle of the woods, and he takes different angle pictures of it, and it is like.
But when he gets close to it, it messes up the camera, right?
Right.
As soon as he gets.
He touched it. He put his hand on it and it burned him.
Right. But didn't he get like close to it, and that's when the camera gets all like fuzzy and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Like as long as he was recording from a distance, he was okay. But as soon as he got close, that's when the camera went fritzy.
Yeah.
And that's what I told people that seen my video before I took it down, because, you know, it was like, not everybody needs to know how I built what I built at my kitchen table, but it was the same effect. Once you got into this like perimeter of the device, your camera was my camera lasted 24 seconds before the battery was completely dead. And the battery is completely charged when I started, you know, recording. So, and then that battery never held a charge after that day. So,
yeah.
So when these people say they've had encounters and they got radiation burns, I'm going to believe them. I'm just going to believe them because, you know, I'm sitting there thinking how much radiation I absorbed. And by the time, and I told somebody that worked at the hospital, I was like, you think you can get me a badge from radiology? And they're like, why do you need a badge from radiology? And I'm just like, you know, I didn't know how to explain to them. I'm like, I need to know how many rads of radiation I'm getting exposed to. And that was the easiest way I knew to test for radiation was the radiology badges. And then years later, I had somebody that was in the military, and they're like, oh, too bad we didn't know each other back then, because I have all sorts of equipment that could tell you exactly how much radiation you're producing. So
here's the thing, in ufology, man, what we have to do, because and I did a show about this too, skeptic versus non-skeptical logic. And on both sides of the spectrum, on our side in ufology, where we know these things, a lot of these things are true, there's a subset of ufology that just are extreme and they just believe, period, without needing any evidence. And then there's a section that's skeptical, sort of, and that's kind of where we need to stay, man. We need to just stay where we still examine these cases and approach it with the same skepticism, the same way we did with the Mexico mummies. Everybody was like, nah, that's BS. And that's the stance we should have taken and not just jumped on saying, whoa, those are real. Some people did that, but it's a mistake. And we have to make sure that we keep that little bit of skepticism when we approach these things, because when we end up backing something that's completely fake, then those people on the other side of the conversation look at us and say, look, see, you fell for that. And then now your credibility is wrecked. So you have to still be able to be skeptical on a lot of this stuff. And then just like we did with that other video, point out the reasons why these things are probably true, and then present that evidence. And anybody with the open mind is going to come probably to the same conclusion. But there's a lot of red flags on this video. Maggie says that the face looks plastic or clay-like, and it does. It kind of gives me Mexico mummy vibes. You know, and there just isn't enough there within the data that we just saw that would make it lean into the category of being real. That's where we got to be careful, because there's a lot of fake stuff out there. We know that this is probably one of those things, truthfully, just by looking at this video. But we have to remain skeptical, man, and that's going to be the best way for us to get quality data on our own to present. Dude, the Dobby video alone is enough. You could forget this video, and you could forget a lot of other videos. The Dobby one is the one that has enough ties into it to point to being logically probably something true, to be pushing that narrative instead of pushing this narrative. You know what I mean? So that's we have to come together in ufology and understand that that's the only way that we're gonna get to where we're trying to go. Proof is in our face. It's like, what do you do? Why don't you do something with the evidence? And then talking to Derek Galloway, so Dave Scott needs to definitely take notes and do this on his show. Although probably test run to see how it does A plus grade Rob G and friends. Now here's the thing with that, Derek Galloway. The thing with the spaced out radio brand is that we're unable to do certain things because it could go bad. Like we had success tonight and had a great time looking at stuff and talking about what we talked about, but it's not guaranteed to always go that way. We may have a night with trolls. Somebody gets on here and starts cussing or saying some crazy stuff, and that just can't happen over at Spaced Out Radio. So that's why, I moved this over here, or else I would have tried to incorporate something like this in the show over on After Hours. The closest thing we can get to that is doing the message line like we're doing, because we can screen those messages, to know what we're playing. But Dave can't even take a chance like that. So, unfortunately, that stuff won't be able to be shown over there. But if we do this every Saturday and Sunday, then we can have these sort of conversations. I'm willing to take that risk over here. I don't have as big a base. So it's, the risk isn't as big as Dave taking that risk. And that's just how that goes. But yeah, so I think it's going to be a good partnership though, because we'll be able to have conversations over there through using the message chat if people would call the line. But then if we want to have actual conversations live, then when the show is over, we'll just come right over here and do it like we did tonight. And that's how that works. So yeah, unfortunately,
You realize you've been on
this
for
won't
like
happen
7
over here.
hours tonight, right, Rob?
Yeah, exactly. And I got to go back on tonight. So that's what I'm going to
Oh, yeah.
do is we're going to get ready to wrap this thing up for tonight, because I have a show, obviously after hours tomorrow night, but
Right.
after hours, we have another one of these. So if everybody wants to come back through, it probably won't go as long as tonight. We just had a great time tonight. We may do it like an hour, 2 hours, something like that. Put a cap on it. And then I don't know, maybe something during the week. If people, I'm always in the chat. So if people are up to talking when Dave goes off, then maybe we do something there. I appreciate you, Deadfish, like and subscribe. Appreciate it. And then yeah, and then we'll come over here and we'll do it. So yeah, this is a thing going forward. So we'll definitely do this, Mike. I appreciate it. This was fun. Mike, call tomorrow. The line is open 24/7. Any experiences? Even though you guys talked about some tonight, I know there's other ones that you haven't told. So the line is open for that. Please do it. Please do it, because we want, what we really want at the end of the day is to be able to fill most of that third hour with hearing from the viewers. So please don't be afraid to make that call. And I just want to thank everybody for coming and hanging out. It's been a great time. Magneticus, you already know, dude. Been around for forever, and I appreciate I appreciate you, man,
Well,
because
I'm
you've been
not
at
I'm
every
not
place
as
that
far
I've
back
been
as
at.
Treehouse, but as far as YouTube, yeah, I went back a ways.
No, you
So
do. I've seen your name in every show that I've been on. You've been in that chat, and I really appreciate you for that. Saying now, Area 51 and all these people that I'm getting to know now, and I really appreciate you guys too, and I appreciate that you appreciate the type of stuff that we're doing. You know what I'm saying, here at the Social Dig and over at Space Out Radio After Hours. We're rebuilding that thing, making that thing just a totally different boat, and I appreciate the patience that you guys are having over there as we go through those steps. So you guys are awesome, dude. All you guys are awesome. I appreciate Coley for coming through and hanging out with us today. She's, well, she knows. I don't know if she's out there right now, but doors always open, Coley. You want to come hang out with us here after the show, come do it. It's already all good. Yeah, Magneticus, thanks for dropping dimes today. Juan, Area
Of course.
51, thanks for sharing
Thank
the
you.
stuff that you shared today.
Yeah. Thank you,
Want
guys.
to thank Nancy. Nancy, thank you for coming and talking with us today. Hopefully, love be love. joins the conversation. Maybe we'll get the Debster.
And Derek.
Maybe we'll Derek freaking Galloway.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
Derek
keep
needs to get
freaking
on here.
saying the name because he keeps saying, "I'll bring me on the show. I'll bring." And then it's time to get on the show, and then he's a no-show. So hopefully we get you, Derek. Dead Fish Cheese Spread. I appreciate you, Ruth Kleber. Thank you for coming through. Everybody, man. Long Island Bigfoot. Thank you for coming through. We set a record today, man. 4 hours. I never done a stream that long on this channel. But I think
And you had 3 hours. You had 3 hours on SOR, wasn't it?
3 hours on SOR too. But that was kind of like fun in a. Well, this was all fun. I guess this is why.
That's what I was saying. 7 hours. I'm like, that's a long time to run a stream.
That's a marathon, man. But I
Right?
love it because you guys came and hung out with us over here. So, and I appreciate that. So, and we got some new subscribers. I want to thank you guys for coming through. Yeah, this has been a blast, man. So, with that being said, because you know how I always get it done here, man, let me go ahead and get my outro stuff here because that's how we do it. So, want to appreciate all you guys for coming through. And let me flip to the end because I think Maggie M10 said it best. The reason why we do this, positive progression in humanity, pushing this thing forward, moving the needle. We will always do that. We'll raise the bar here at the Social Dig. We talk about those tough subjects. The Scientology show is still coming up. It's just I have a lot of time over there that I'm helping build with Spaced Out Radio that is taken away from me doing that show. But we will be back on schedule over here and we'll keep it going. So I hope to see you guys all here tomorrow for the live call-in show. So I'll be seeing you at after hours and then hopefully we'll be moving it over here. Anything to say to the crowd, Area 51 and Magneticus before we get out of here?
You go first.
Go ahead, Magneticus.
Sorry, I muted my mic. So
yeah, anything to say to the crowd before we get out of here?
It was a long show, and if you ever need space filled, just let me know. But you know, I'll let other people go first if they want to say something. So
all good, got it. How about you, Area 51?
No, I appreciate all of you guys. I really do, especially the work that you guys put in. And I wanted to come on and share some of my stories. So I appreciate the platform and the way you guys are handling everything, and all the people that I've met that have become friends now.
That is an awesome comment. We're gonna keep building this thing, man. This is gonna grow. This is actually gonna get to a crazy point, and we're gonna look back and say, man, look at where we came and how far we come. You guys have been here since the ground level. I'll never forget you guys. I remember all your names. There's no way ever that I'm gonna forget any one of these names that show up in my chat. That's straight from the heart, straight up. So with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and wrap the show up, guys. So I'm gonna kick you guys out and say goodbye to everybody. We're gonna wrap it up till tomorrow, till later today.
Later today.
All right, man. Etiquette, thanks for coming. Take care. And Area 51, I appreciate you.
Of course. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay. All right. So yeah. Once again, yes. So I will be going to get a little bit of sleep because we do have a show tomorrow. And I can't tell you who the guest is, but we do have a guest for tomorrow. And if Coley was here, she'd be able to tell us. Outside of that, though, man, just really appreciate you guys. Maggie M10, you already know. Derek Galloway, all you guys, man, thank you so much for coming through to the Social Dig. I am your host, Mr. Rob G. Thank you guys so much for coming through and hanging out tonight. See you at 8 p.m. Pacific over at After Hours. You guys take care, y'all.